£100 million from this government, as well as our £80 million to support workers and the wider steel community. This will benefit not just Port Talbot, but downstream sites as well. And I know this has been a really challenging time for steel workers across Wales, but I think this week marks a real turning point, securing a bright future for years to come.
Caroline Harris.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As a result of the UK Government's £500 million investment in the future of steel in Port Talbot, construction has now begun on the new electric arc furnace. Can the Secretary of State please share what this fantastic news means for Port Talbot and surrounding communities like my own of Neath and Swans East?
Can I thank her for her question? I mean, I think the electric arc furnace and the investment that we have made as a government into it shows how seriously committed we are to the steel industry, not just in South Wales, but across the UK. It's why we've slashed energy costs for steel producers and other energy-intensive industries through the industrial strategy. We've strengthened procurement rules to use even more UK steel in construction. We've ensured that the UK is the only country in the world not paying 50% tariffs to the United States, and we've boosted trade defences to protect the sector against foreign imports. The steel strategy that we'll publish later in the year will also deliver up to £2.5 billion of investment to help maintain jobs and growth.
David Chadwick, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The UK Government says Wales is getting record-breaking funding to tackle NHS waiting lists. But for my constituent, Melanie Walker, the reality is the opposite. After waiting 59 weeks for a hip operation, she's now been told she must wait for another 45. Why? Because Paris Teaching Health Board is artificially extending waiting times for patients treated in Shropshire and Herefordshire to match lower Welsh averages, a cost-cutting move driven by the Welsh Government. Does the Secretary of State think this is fair to Melanie or consistent with her government's pledge to reduce waiting times?
Secretary of State.
I'm very sorry to hear about Melanie's situation, but I would say to the honourable member that his party were in government with the Conservative government during the coalition years that delivered horrible austerity on Wales, which led to, the public service in Wales is being degraded. He's part of his party are the architect of that.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
The Chancellor says that cutting red tape for bankers will trickle down to households. And the 2008 financial crash taught us that this was utter nonsense. And of course, the Secretary of State for Wales just mentions things that happened in the past. In 2023, she said 12 years of trickle-down and trickle-out growth strategies have failed to deliver for Britain. So I ask her, does she stand by what she said in opposition, or does she toe the line for the sake of the Chancellor's friends in the city?
Secretary of State.
I apologise to the right honourable lady. I didn't hear the start of her question, I'm afraid. But what I would say about tax and what the Chancellor has talked about is that we stand by our manifesto commitment not to increase income tax, employee NICs or VAT. The Chancellor has said it would be irresponsible to write future budgets months in advance, especially given the global situation. Now, clearly there are costs and implications to every decision that this Parliament makes, but we are remaining focused on growing our economy in Wales and across the UK.
Roberts.
One way of avoiding answering the question, Mr Speaker. And my point here is that Labour's skewed sense of fairness doesn't stop at the banks and prioritising their interests over others. It's also hitting our farmers and rural communities too. The Farmers Union of Wales has warned that Labour's planned APR reforms will do irreversible damage to the Welsh family farm. So looking ahead to next week's Royal Welsh Show, will she agree at last that what we really need is a tax on extreme wealth, not a tax on those who feed us and who sustain our rural economies?
Secretary of State.
At the autumn budget, we demonstrated our commitment to our fiscal rules whilst maintaining high levels of investment to rebuild our public services and investment in farming as well, after the mess that the Tories left behind. We've repeatedly said that those with the broadest shoulders should bear the greatest burden, and that has been reflected in the decisions that we've taken so far. Tax changes, as she knows, are a matter for the Chancellor.
Sarah Edwards.
Question number 3, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, our industrial strategy will unlock growth right across Wales and support tens of thousands of new jobs, targeting areas of our strength from aerospace in North Wales to the world's first compound semiconductor cluster in South Wales. We've announced a new centre for doctoral training in compound semiconductors, led by Swansea University, plus a new defence growth deal and £30 million for Local Innovation Partnerships Fund, just to name a few.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like many members in this House, I welcome the Government's industrial strategy and its focus on growth for our local communities. Across Wales, we have a number of ex-mining towns which face the challenge of retraining and upskilling their local workforce. My constituency of Tamworth, an ex-mining town, faces similar challenges. So can I therefore ask the Minister how the industrial strategy will support ex-mining towns across Wales and my constituency of Tamworth?
Minister.
Well, indeed, Mr. Speaker, there are many job opportunities coming through the industrial strategy to Wales, but of course we're also ensuring that local communities have the money available to secure the safety of the coal tips which have been left, the industrial legacy there. So 118 million additional funding on top of the 25 million that we've already dedicated to that. And as she will know, we are forging ahead with the industrial zones that we have in Wales and with the free ports that we have in Wales and with the supply chains for the various industries I've just mentioned in my previous answer, and that will include, I know, industries in Tamworth.
Mims Davies, Shadow Secretary of State.
So let's have some reality. Today, inflation hit 3.6%, Mr. Speaker, the highest across the G7. This UK Labour government has a glossy shine on its so-called industrial strategy, but it's simply proving their actions and ethos only deliver worse outcomes for Wales. As businesses across Wales are now facing a disgraceful double whammy, just this week, Labour in Cardiff passing plans to impose their dire tourism tax. Has the Minister actually carried out with the Welsh Government any meaningful assessment to see how many jobs will be lost as the vital 100,000 strong Welsh tourism sector will be impacted by this tax and because of the two Labour governments' failing Wales approach?
Minister.
Well, the Welsh tourism sector is thriving, and last year British residents took over 7 million overnight trips in Wales, spending more than £2 billion. And as the opposition spokeswoman will know, more than 40 countries and holiday destinations around the world have introduced a form of visitor levy, including Greece, Amsterdam, Barcelona and California. And many of us have paid taxes abroad without even noticing. If a visitor levy were introduced by all Welsh local authorities, it could raise up to £33 million, and this money would help to support the long-term thriving industry in Wales, as well as providing facilities that local people can use, like toilets. And I'm confident that the Welsh Government will work with businesses and tourists alike to get this right.
Elsa Bundle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 4.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer questions 4 and 9 together. We are investing an historic £445 million, at least £445 million, into Welsh Rail to right the years of underfunding by previous Conservative governments to unleash Wales's economic potential. This funding will support the permanent closing of level crossings on the North Wales main line, enabling increased services across North Wales that will improve cross-border connectivity, create jobs and boost economic growth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor's announcement of at least £445 million for Welsh Rail will be transformative for Welsh passengers and better connect workers with jobs across North Wales and Manchester. This will only be achieved, however, if we are all pulling in the same direction. What steps, therefore, will be taken by the Wales Office to ensure that national governments, devolved governments and our combined authority in Greater Manchester are working together to improve connectivity and bring the people of the North West and North Wales closer together?
Secretary of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, she's absolutely right. That's why I was pleased to see Welsh Government's Cabinet Secretary Ken Skates recently launched Network North Wales in Wrexham. This is a really exciting plan that will better connect communities in North Wales and North West England through more rail and bus services and greater integration. Benefits will include 50% more timetable services on the North Wales main line, boosting cross-border connectivity and driving economic growth between North Wales and the North West of England. And in addition, the investment in rail infrastructure will boost capacity on the Wrexham to Liverpool line.
Dave Robertson.
Mr. Speaker, and well done. Question number 9, please, sir.
No, just a question. Just the question.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask if the Secretary of State agrees with me that the introduction of the Midlands Rail Hub project that will see an additional train per hour coming from Cardiff in the south of Wales to the Midlands is a great sign that this government is investing not just in Wales, not just in the Midlands, but across the whole country?
Secretary of State.
Can I thank him for his question and also for his very good Welsh? The first phase of the Midlands Rail Hub will enable additional trains between Birmingham and South Wales, strengthening cross-border connectivity between Wales and England. And this is absolutely what this government's investment is about, to create jobs, to create growth and to connect Wales and England.
Dave Roberts. Go on. James Davis, Shadow Secretary of State.
Okay, so let's have another reality check. Mr. Speaker, if I may, another reality check. Information provided to us by the Department for Transport confirms the Conservatives' funded expenditure on Welsh Rail exceeded £5 billion over our time in office, underpinned by our plans for delivering the North Wales Main Line. Yet, in January's Welsh Affairs Select Committee, the Welsh Secretary roundly criticised Welsh Rail before claiming, and I quote, "That is a direct consequence, I'm afraid, of the last 14 years of underfunding." As usual, this government's words and belief versus reality are poles apart. Mr. Speaker, this government, this Labour government, is now offering peanuts, just 400 million miserably over an entire decade. Will the Minister now retract those past claims made to the Select Committee and similar ones made to the Welsh Office's government social media account?
Secretary of State.
No, I won't.
Will Forster.
Mr. Speaker.
Who's on it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me. He will know that this was an error made under the previous Conservative government. Heavy rail infrastructure is reserved in Wales, and like every heavy rail project in England, Barnett consequentials do not apply. The UK government's rail network enhancements pipeline funds East West Rail, or Oxcam Rail as it's more commonly known, and Ox also directly funds projects in Wales, such as the historic, at least £445 million investment in rail in Wales that was announced in the spending review.
Forster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has claimed that listing Oxford and Cambridgeshire Rail Line, it's England only, in past documents was just an accounting error by the former Conservative government, and that the project hasn't been reclassified to deprive Wales of funding. But 4 separate government documents list it as England only, and over £1 million in Barnett consequentials were already paid to Wales on that basis. Does the Secretary of State honestly stand by her claim that it's just been reclassified and this is an intention to deprive Wales of fair funding?
Secretary of State.
So, as I have just explained, there was an error made by the previous Conservative government. Heavy rail was and is and always is reserved. The Welsh Government will not be required to repay any Barnett consequentials provided to it as a result of any error that took place under the Conservative Government.
Alex Burris.
Mr. Speaker, the Welsh Government allocated over £1 billion to transport in their recent budget. This investment was possible after 14 years of critical underinvestment by the party opposite, and should hopefully provide funding to stations such as Ely Mill Station in my constituency of Cardiff West. Can the Secretary of State then therefore please tell me why the Welsh Conservatives and Plaid Cymru voted against this investment? Extra funding to fix our roads, to build new trains and to improve our buses.
Secretary of State.
And I thank my honourable friend. Their decision to vote against the additional funding was absolutely inexplicable, as was their decision to vote against extra money for the NHS, extra money for education, extra money for businesses. I could go on. They stand here and can criticise this government when they vote against extra money for Wales.
Gregory Stafford.
Question number 6.
Minister.
Well, this government is steadfastly committed to family farms in Wales. That is why we protected the farm budget at its current level and allocated £337 million to the Welsh Government at the autumn budget. Furthermore, the UK-EU summit on the 19th of May, the Prime Minister announced that the UK would deliver a new agri-food deal with the European Union. Routine SPS border checks will be eliminated with less paperwork and fewer costs. British goods such as dairy, fish, eggs and red meat, currently subject to 100% documentary checks and up to 30% physical checks, will see these removed entirely.
Gregory Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the aims of the Sustainable Farming Scheme are laudable, many farmers across Wales are expressing real concern about its complexity, the potential reduction in food production and the adequacy of the financial support on offer. So what assurances can the Minister give that the scheme will be simplified, sufficiently funded and implemented in a way that supports both the environmental goals and the economic viability of Welsh farming communities?
Well, if I may just say to the honourable gentleman, the scheme will have a transition period and BPS available for those not in the SFS, although this will be reduced by 40% next year. And the Welsh Government are prioritising their money on the SPIFs to encourage farmers to join the scheme and start benefiting from it. And I will just say that the Farming Union of Wales, the FUW, says that the plan proposes workable payment rates and provides much needed stability for the sector.
Catherine Fuchs.
Mr. Speaker. The Welsh Government's budget contained over £300 million to support Welsh farmers. Is it not the case that Plaid Cymru and the Tories put the Welsh farmers' livelihoods at risk by voting against this crucial
Minister.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely shocking that Plaid Cymru and the Tories in the Senedd voted against a budget which is giving that money to Welsh farmers.
Perrin Moon.
7, please, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In June, the Crown Estate announced that they will partner with Equinor and Gwent Glass to develop floating offshore wind in the Celtic Sea. These projects will create over 5,000 new jobs, leveraging £1.4 billion in private investment. This will deliver generational change in Wales. We're supporting this industry with an £80 million investment in Port Talbot Port and a £1 billion clean energy supply chain fund to support offshore wind across the UK.
Whereas should I say, diolch yn fawr, Mr. Speaker. The proposed floating offshore wind farms of the Celtic Sea lie between the two ancient Celtic nations of Wales and Cornwall. The Celtic Sea will not only be a valuable source of renewable energy, but has the potential to create thousands of jobs across South Wales and Cornwall. Does the Minister agree with me that local funding economic development is essential to realise this potential, and working hand in hand with Cornwall, Wales will play a key role in helping to unleash the Cornish Celtic tiger?
Secretary of State.
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question? He is right that floating offshore wind does present significant opportunities for Wales and the UK. And in the leasing round that has just taken place, we have a first mover advantage in this new technology of the future. Earlier this month, the Energy Secretary granted development consent for the Mona offshore wind farm. That's going to bolster North Wales's offshore wind industry. But all of this is contributing to securing our energy independence and bringing down bills for people in Cornwall, in Wales and the rest of the UK.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, I know that chair wasn't for me. Can I just say to the Honourable Lady, when it comes to offshore wind in Wales, the waters that will be the manufacture of that offshore wind will be the same waters that flow by Northern Ireland, the same waters that flow by England, the same waters that flow by Scotland. Is it not time, Minister, to have a strategy, offshore wind strategy, for all of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland? Because if we do it together, then we'll do it better. Thank you.
Secretary of State.
I always believe that if we do things together, we do them better.
Question number 8, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
We are committed to spending 5% of the UK's GDP on national security by 2035. The spending review invested to keep our people safe with a 10.9 billion real terms increase to the Ministry of Defence budget. This will help grow the Welsh economy and our thriving defence sector, which is home to over 160 companies employing more than 20,000 people right across Wales.
Olivia Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government's commitment to spend 5% of GDP on national security will be transformational for Wales and transformational for my constituency, where thousands are employed in the defence sector and where we've welcomed a £15 billion boost for the atomic weapons establishment. Does the Secretary of State and the Minister agree with me that both our national security and our local economies...
Minister.
Well, absolutely, Mr. Speaker. Our ambition is to become a defence industrial superpower by 2025. We are making defence an engine for growth, boosting prosperity, jobs and security for working. As part of this, we will establish the UK Defence Innovation Fund with £400 million to fund and grow UK-based companies. And we are launching the new regional defence growth deals across the UK, including a cluster in Wales.
We now come to questions to Prime Minister Jacob Collier.
On, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's always been support across this House for the United Kingdom fulfilling our obligations to Afghans who served alongside British forces. We warned in opposition about Conservative management of this policy, and yesterday the Defence Secretary set out the full extent of the failings that we inherited. A major data breach, a super injunction, a secret route that has already cost hundreds of millions of pounds. Ministers who served under the party opposite have serious questions to answer about how this was ever allowed to happen. The chair of the Defence Committee has indicated that he intends to hold further inquiries. I welcome that and hope that those who were in office at the time will welcome that scrutiny. Mr. Speaker, President Macron's state visit last week saw us secure historic agreements, coordinating our nuclear deterrence, a major investment in Sizewell C, and a landmark returns deal, a crucial next step in restoring order to our immigration system. Tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, I will host Chancellor Merz for further talks on our security and the economy. This morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Colin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Families in Burton and Uttoxeter are watching their smart meters like hawks and dreading that moment when their energy bill lands on the doorstep. So I welcome Labour's Warm Homes discount that is going to mean £150 off energy bills for millions of people across this country, providing meaningful support in these difficult times. Can the Prime Minister set out how this is going to help support families in my constituency and around the country?
Prime Minister.
Well, I thank him for his question. I, of course, met his constituent Nicola in her kitchen, and she told me about how hard she's working to support her 3 children, but the past decade has let her down with false promises and public services array. Mr. Speaker, she told me about the difference the Warm Homes discount will make, £150 off energy bills, and she had a meter, if I recall, in her kitchen recording how much energy she was using. And it would make all the difference to her, is what she told me. And I promise Nicola, my honourable friend, there's much more to come.
Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Bedell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the head of the OBR warned the government that higher and higher levels of taxes are bad for growth. Does the Prime Minister agree?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what's bad for growth. 14 years of a Tory government. That's what the stagnant growth for 14 years, leaving a £22 billion black hole. What we've achieved, Mr. Speaker, in the first quarter of this year is the highest growth in the G7, something we promised before the election. Investment of £120 billion into this country, which is a record in the first year of any government, and 3 trade deals, all of which will boost growth.
Mr. Speaker, he's talking about what he achieved. We just heard that inflation is up again, the worst in the G7. We left him with 2% inflation. We have borrowing up, unemployment up, taxes are up under his government. The fact is the Prime Minister doesn't get it, so let me tell him. His budget last year had high taxes. That's why the economy is contracting. But, Mr. Speaker, the government has said that they won't put up taxes for people on modest incomes. But they also seem incapable of explaining who is in that category. So can the Prime Minister clear up the confusion and tell us what he thinks a modest income is?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think of the working people across this country who put in every day and don't get back what they deserve, and that's who we're working for. That's who we're fixing the country. The sort of people that work hard but haven't necessarily got the savings to buy themselves out of problems. And, Mr. Speaker, that's who we're working for, and that's why we put the national living wage up. That's an extra £1,400. The national minimum wage up. That's £2,500 a year. The triple lock, Mr. Speaker, that went up pension up £470. And, of course, we're extending childcare, opening free breakfast clubs and free school meals. We know exactly who we're working for. She comes here every week and just talks the country down.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not talking the country down. I'm talking him down. I asked him what a modest income was. He answered what a working person is. He doesn't know what a modest income is, and even on working people, they cannot define it. The Chief Secretary to the Treasury said that working people are people who don't get a payslip, but millions of self-employed people don't get a payslip. So are the self-employed next in line for a Labour tax rate?
The self-employed were the very people who suffered under their watch, repeatedly suffered under their watch, particularly, if I remember, during COVID, and when they didn't get the support that they needed. But she talks the country down, she cherry-picks. We have created, Mr. Speaker, since we've been in government, we've created 380,000 jobs, the employment rate is up, and inactivity is down, the complete opposite of what we inherited.
I don't know where these 3,000 jobs are coming from. Unemployment has gone up every month under his government. And perhaps he should speak to farmers and small business people and find out what those working people think about his government. But, Mr. Speaker, that's not all. We know the Chancellor is launching a review into pension contributions. It's as clear as day why this is. It is because the government is considering taxing them. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that a tax on pension contributions is a tax on working people?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we made absolutely clear manifesto commitments, which she asked me about last week and we're keeping to. I'm not going to write the budget months out from the budget. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the decisions that we took to invest in our NHS, to invest in our public services, all the decisions that they opposed. And it's no wonder that after a first year of a Labour government, business confidence is a 9-year high. 9-year high. That's longer than she's been in government. Mr. Speaker, 384, I'm not withdrawing, I'm going to repeat. Business confidence is at a 9-year high.
Mr. Speaker, he says he's not going to write the budget, but his Chancellor is on the front of the Daily Mirror talking about what she's going to do on taxes. So why can't he do the same in the chamber? Yes. But I asked him about pension contributions. The truth is he doesn't want to talk about pension contributions. It's all right for the Prime Minister. He has his own special law to stop his personal pension from being taxed. But let's be honest, Mr. Speaker, this is really about choices. My party knows that there is an alternative to tax rises. It's cutting spending, something that they are too scared or perhaps too weak to do. We offered to work with him to reform welfare and make meaningful savings. But his refusal sent a signal, and now the cost of borrowing is rising. The budget is in November, that is months away, and the markets may not wait. What will the Prime Minister be doing over the summer to get a grip on the cost of borrowing?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, they left the most incredible mess in the economy, and now they think that they can lecture others. I think just last week their chairman said that they've done the necessary apologising for the 14 years afraid they've done the necessary. I didn't hear an apology for the lowest living standards in living history. I didn't hear an apology for the £22 billion black hole. I didn't hear an apology for the Liz Truss mini budget. So maybe she should like to stand up and make that apology now.
Mr. Speaker, he's not doing. Yes. Mr. Speaker, he's not planning on doing anything this summer to fix the economy. The shadow of the last budget is hanging over the entire country. Just yesterday, only the Conservatives supported the two-child benefit cap because only the Conservatives believe in living within our means. Not Labour, not the Liberal Democrats, not Reform. But it's the end of term, Mr. Speaker, so why don't we go through his end of term scorecard? The economy is contracting. Inflation, highest in the G7. Unemployment, up every month under this government. Spending, out of control. Borrowing costs, more expensive than Greece. And this is just the first year, Mr. Speaker. The Labour Party should be ashamed of what it is doing to the country. Mr. Speaker, they can shake their heads as much as they like. The fact is, this summer, they're going to have to go to their constituents and explain why they've been making such a mess over the last 12 months. And isn't the case, Mr. Speaker, that the worst, given that this is just their first year, the worst is yet to come?
We're happily going to go to our constituents. We're going to tell them we promised 2 million extra NHS appointments and we delivered 4 million extra appointments. Mr. Speaker, I've got to upgrade that. It's now 4.5 million extra appointments. So we're going to tell our constituents that. Then we're going to tell them about the free school meals we're rolling about, the free breakfast clubs, the free childcare and school uniform costs. We'll tell them about that. And then when we've done that, we'll move on to affordable houses and tell them about the £39 billion we're investing. When we finish that, we'll tell them about the rail and road upgrades across the country, the £120 billion investment, and of course the 3 trade deals. And Mr. Speaker, we're only just getting started.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister will never know exactly how much it meant to victims of the Troubles in Northern Ireland from right across society when he came, looked them in their eyes and promised them that no murderer would be immune from prosecution. Can he tell us when the last time he spoke to the Taoiseach about the shared approach to this issue was, and can he recommit today to those victims to ensure that no murderer will be seen as above the law?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is a really important issue. Can I begin by saying I have a profound respect and debt to our veterans who served. This is a complicated issue, and we've got to get this right. Veterans are at risk because of the false promises of the last government. Let's be clear. They made a false promise of immunity that does not exist. It was unlawful, it was struck down, and it was undeliverable. Their failed Legacy Act leaves veterans exposed with no settled process. We will create a secure, transparent system that protects veterans from unjustified persecution and gives victims, families and survivors the confidence that they need in the process.
Sir Ed David, Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate myself with the Prime Minister's words about the shocking Afghan data breach under the previous government kept secret for 3 years? And he will have our support if he decides to pursue a public inquiry. Mr. Speaker, I know the Prime Minister will agree that the shocking rise of anti-Semitism we have seen since Hamas's October the 7th terror attacks has no place in our society. British Jews should not have to live in fear of hatred, racism and abuse on our streets or online. A new report from the Board of Deputies Commission on Anti-Semitism, chaired by Lord Mann and Dame Penny Mordaunt, has set out 10 recommendations to tackle this appalling scourge. Will the Prime Minister study this report, and will his government respond to it in full?
Prime Minister.
Yes, we will. And we must fight anti-Semitism wherever we find it, as we must fight all hate offences, crimes and incidents wherever we find them.
Sir Ed David.
Can I thank the Prime Minister for that reply? I hope we will see more action to tackle anti-Semitism. But turning to the Middle East now, Mr. Speaker, the world is looking on in horror at the scenes from Gaza. And now Netanyahu's ministers want to lock the whole population of Gaza into effectively a giant prison. A plan that would clearly amount to ethnic cleansing, as former Israeli Prime Minister Olmert has said. Does the Prime Minister agree that this is utterly abhorrent and unacceptable? And will he make clear to the Israeli government that the UK will not stand idly by and will act, starting by sanctioning Prime Minister Netanyahu himself?
Prime Minister.
Well, I am appalled by these suggestions in relation to Gaza, just as I'm appalled by the reports of yet more civilians being killed whilst trying to access aid. So on both fronts, I'm appalled by what we are seeing and what we're hearing. We raise it regularly, as he would expect. In relation to the civilians being killed, I would expect them to be fully and transparently investigated with full accountability for any failings. And Israel must clearly put in place measures that properly protect civilians in line with international law. And that is the case we're pressing repeatedly. But we do also want to see, and alongside that, an immediate ceasefire so that the hostages, the remaining hostages, can be and aid volume and at speed can be got in, and a political process opened that, in my view, is the only way we're going to get a lasting solution.
And the back there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, 4-year-old Eli Tester was killed in Rottenstall Cemetery when a memorial stone fell on him. All of Rosendale was shocked by this tragedy, so I hope the Prime Minister will join me in offering our deepest condolences to Eli's parents and family. And Mr. Speaker, families in Rosendale are also deeply concerned about reports that Reform-led Lancashire County Council are considering cuts to nursery funding. This would raise costs for working parents and might even force some nurseries to close. If this is an example of the sort of efficiencies that Reform are considering, then all of Lancashire, indeed all of us, should be worried. So would the Prime Minister join me in asking Lancashire County Council to think again?
Prime Minister.
Can I extend my deepest condolences to Eli's friends and family? And I do join him in urging the new Reform Council to think again and to change their mind on damaging cuts that hit children and young families. I have to say, my honourable friend is doing a much better job than his predecessor, the Conservative Party chairman under Liz Truss, who has now joined Reform, which proves once again, if you vote Tory, you get Reform, and if you vote Reform, you get the Tories. Whilst both of them are cutting services at home, we support families with free school meals, free breakfast clubs, and extending free childcare.
Sir Desmond Swain.
Jack Straw told us that the 98 Act places on us no expectation that we will remedy a declaration of incompatibility issued by a court. So the Prime Minister is wrong to say that the Legacy Act is struck down. But his own proposals, which open the door to compensation to Gerry Adams and place in jeopardy our own servicemen, present enormous difficulty to those of us who have served, increasingly on his own benches. Will he consider that?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the failed Legacy Act was struck down by the courts in Northern Ireland, and that leaves veterans exposed. What we're doing is creating a secure, transparent system that protects veterans from unjustified persecution, but also gives victims, families and survivors the confidence that they need in the process.
Paul Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Workers in Rochdale on the minimum wage received a much-needed pay rise this summer, thanks to this government. But honest businesses are being undermined by the menace of illegal working, particularly illegal working by illegal migrants from Iran and Iraq in bogus barber shops and fake vape shops. So will the Prime Minister agree with me that we need to speed up the rollout of digital ID, particularly to help our police and immigration staff crack down on this grey market that ruins our high streets and undercuts the workers' pay of British workers?
Well, my honourable friend is an excellent champion for Rochdale and a strong supporter, I know, of his local police and trading standards teams. Since we came to power, Mr. Speaker, we've ramped up enforcement raids on illegal working. Arrests have gone up by others. Digital ID will help us tackle illegal working, and we're rolling out the use of e-visas to have digital records of immigration status and checks to allow on-the-spot checks of anybody's right to work.
James McCleary.
Severe pregnancy sickness, hyperemesis gravidarum or HG, can mean vomiting more than 20 times a day. It causes physical discomfort, acute malnutrition and severe dehydration, which often leads to hospitalisation. It has profound and long-lasting mental health consequences. Recently, it was reported the woman took her own life after being denied access to the only licensed treatment, Zomvia. Tragically, her unborn child died too. The drug is licensed and available, yet women face a cruel postcode lottery to access it. Will the Prime Minister work urgently with the Department for Health to end this scandal so that every woman who needs Zomvia can get it wherever she lives? And will he meet with me and campaigners to look at this as a matter of urgency?
Prime Minister.
Well, thank him for raising this really important issue, and obviously incredibly sorry to hear about the tragic case that he mentions. As he will know, the availability of this drug is regulated across the NHS by NICE, who make decisions on which treatments provide the best care for patients whilst maintaining value for money with the taxpayer. But I will make sure that he gets a meeting with the relevant minister to see what more can be done to get this treatment to patients who need it.
Navandu Mishra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in Stockport, approximately 20% of families live in social housing. After Stockport Liberal Democrat and Conservative councillors blocked the Greater Manchester Spatial Framework proposal in 2020, the need for social housing is even more critical. Far too many families are living in insecure, overcrowded accommodation, waiting years for a suitable family home. I welcome Labour's record-breaking £39 billion investment into social and affordable housing, and I want to make sure that communities like mine in Stockport are prioritised. So can I ask the Prime Minister to confirm that these homes will be built, they will be affordable, and will he look again at suspending the right to buy?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are delivering the biggest boost to social and affordable housing in a generation, and proud to do so. Our £39 billion investment will deliver around 300,000 sociable and affordable homes, with at least 60% of homes delivered for social rent. Mr. Speaker, whilst we don't intend to remove the right to buy, which helps social tenants get on the property ladder, we're reforming the scheme to protect social housing stock and encourage councils to deliver more new homes.
Sir Julian Smith.
Mr. Speaker, a much better understanding of the particular needs of autistic and neurodiverse children is vital to expand capacity in mainstream education for SEND pupils. Can I urge him, as he looks at this bill over the summer, the SEND bill, to introduce mandatory training for all teachers and all staff on autism and neurodiversity?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank him for that contribution, because parents and children have been failed far too often. We are committing an additional £1 billion into SEND, but there must be meaningful reform alongside it, and new teachers must have the appropriate training. So we're committed to reviewing, to working with parents and teachers, and we'll take away his suggestion. And I invite him and others across the House to work with us on this important reform, because I think this issue has been raised more than any other with me at Prime Minister's question. It's clearly a broken system. It needs reform, and if we can work together across the House to get it right, I think that is the least we owe to parents and children across the country. Thank you.
Blocker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I commend the Prime Minister for his work in tackling arbitrary detention of British citizens abroad and warmly welcome the creation of a special envoy. The Prime Minister will know of the anguish of the families of Jimmy Lai, Ryan Cornelius, Abdel Fattah, Jagtar Singh Johal and others. So can he tell us when he anticipates the appointment of the envoy, and will they have real powers like their counterparts in Canada and the United States to help bring our people home?
Prime Minister.
Well, can I start by thanking him for his work on the APBG, championing the plight of British nationals facing the most difficult circumstances overseas. We do routinely raise these cases with international counterparts, as he would expect, and we're deeply committed to getting them home and united with their loved ones. As part of strengthening support for British nationals overseas, we are working at pace to get the envoy role set up, and I'll make sure that he's kept updated in relation to that.
Blake Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Government plans for English devolution and NHS reform suggest that integrated care boards should align with new strategic authorities. The government's plan for Bedfordshire won't currently achieve this. So what assurances can the Prime Minister provide that local NHS reorganisation will be good value for money, improve local accountability and deliver the healthcare services needed to serve my constituents in rural mid-Bedfordshire, including the much-needed GP surgery in Wixhams?
Prime Minister.
The points to make about good value for money and accountability are really important. They're embedded in the work we're doing with the NHS at the moment, which is improving under our watch, not only the waiting lists, but in other respects. The 10-year plan for the NHS, which is intended to ensure that the NHS is fit for the future, has a number of principles, including principles of local accountability.
Brandish.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the 11th of June, Alexander Dennis announced that it was planning to stop bus manufacturing in Scotland. My honourable friend from Falkirk and I have both met with the workers, the trade unions, the company and both UK and Scottish Government ministers to see how closure can be averted. Alexander Dennis need commitment of orders for 2025 and 2026, and elected mayors are ideally placed to do this. Our industrial strategy is right when it says where things are made and by whom matters. So, can the Prime Minister assure Alexander Dennis and the workers that he believes bus manufacturing should have a future in Larbert and Falkirk?
Prime Minister.
I'm grateful to him for raising this, and I'm deeply concerned. It is a deeply concerning time for the workers and their families in Falkirk. I do agree, and we are working with mayors and local leaders to develop a pipeline of future orders for zero-emissions buses, and that's an important aspect here. And the Minister of Local Transport is hosting an urgent meeting of the bus manufacturing expert panel. Mr. Speaker, while Labour mayors in England are ordering Scottish buses, the SNP are ordering buses from China. Just like they ordered ships from Turkey and Poland, not Scottish shipyards. The SNP should be backing Scottish workers.
Graham Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I begin by warmly congratulating the Prime Minister on his first year in office, acknowledge that the Labour manifesto was beautifully written, deeply moving, and like that other great blockbuster of hope and redemption, The Salt Path, a total pack of lies. With joblessness, inflation and debt ballooning, his personal ratings collapsing, and his backbenchers on a work to rule, could the Prime Minister recommend?
Come on, let's get on with the question.
Could the Prime Minister recommend a summer recess read in order to take all our minds away from the calamitous journey on which he and the Chancellor have embarked?
I think most of their backbenchers are already on their summer recess, looking at the benches opposite Mr. Speaker. We are very proud of our manifesto. It was a very successful manifesto, giving a landslide victory, and now we're very proud to be implementing it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let us be clear in this House. Israel is starving Palestinian children. That is a war crime. Israel is killing Palestinian children as they queue for food. That is a war crime. Our government quite rightly imposes thousands of sanctions on Russia for its war crimes in Ukraine. How many more horrors must we witness before the Prime Minister acts with the same scale of sanctions against Israel to stop this genocide? Don't Palestinian lives matter?
Hear, hear. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, I'm appalled by reports of more civilians being killed in Gaza, particularly when they are trying to access aid, and each of those incidents does need to be fully and transparently investigated, with accountability for any failing. That, of course, has to be alongside the ceasefire that is desperately needed, and we're working hard with others to achieve, to release all of the hostages that remain, but also to protect civilians and get much more aid at speed and volume into Gaza.
Lincoln John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can see why you call these sessions Prime Minister's questions and not Prime Minister's answers.
If he carries on, there will be no more. Come on, Lincoln John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following the magnificent success of the England cricket team earlier on this week, and the triumphal return of Mr. Jofra Archer, would the Prime Minister agree that what he needs to get from his ministers over the next 12 months is more pace and less spin?
Prime Minister.
My ministers have delivered on the NHS, on the economy, on rail, etc. He needs a break.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Successive Conservative governments failed to invest in the North East's transport infrastructure, whilst the Labour government is already changing that with the £1.8 billion recently secured for the region. Upgrading Moor Farm and Seatonburn roundabouts can build on that, unlocking growth, and it's supported by local people and businesses. Does the Prime Minister share my disappointment that rather than support my campaign for upgrades, the Conservative leadership in Northumberland County Council are actively undermining my lobbying efforts to deliver this game changer for the North East?
Prime Minister.
She's doing a superb job for Northumberland, and I'm happy to set out what we've delivered. Over £400 million of funding for Northumberland County Council this year. That's a 5.8% increase this year, Mr. Speaker, an 80% increase in the number of homes starting construction in her area, a near £30 million increase in funding for Northumbria Police, and 14 free breakfast clubs in Northumberland, supporting over 3,000 children. That's the difference a Labour government makes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During my meetings with guests on the Homes for Ukraine scheme in my Newton Abbot constituency, they are telling me that they are worried about their visas running out, even with the 18-month extension. They see reports of Ukrainians being refused asylum in the UK since it's said to be safe to return to Ukraine, even while Putin's missiles explode in Ukraine cities in record numbers. Some of their children are working through 2- or 3-year education courses and are frightened of having to leave. Will the Prime Minister meet with them and myself to hear their plight and offer them some hope in this uncertain and dangerous world?
Prime Minister.
Well, I thank him for raising this, and we're proud to have offered or extended sanctuary to over 300,000 Ukrainians and their families throughout the visa scheme since the invasion in 2022. We do need to provide certainty and security for Ukrainians in the United Kingdom, and we will provide an additional 18 months permission to remain in the UK, live, work and study here as well.
James Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2017, I led a select committee inquiry that warned of an emerging disaster in SEND. Those warnings went unheeded by the Conservatives, who left behind a broken system, which even they have admitted since is lose, lose, lose. Can the Prime Minister confirm that this Labour government's rebuilt SEND system will be shaped by listening to the needs of SEN families, never again ignored, but served in the best traditions of a Labour government?
Prime Minister.
Well, he's right, and I think there's general agreement across the House that the system is broken, just like almost everything they touched, which was broken at the end of 14 miserable years. It doesn't work for parents, and it lets down children, and we will reform it. We're already investing an additional £1 billion, but we do need a system that truly supports every child. We're developing proposals, and I want to work across the House in order to get the right outcome.
Final question, Pippa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yet again, we're suffering record-breaking heat waves and drought, which are worrying people in my constituency of South Cambridgeshire, which are both the fastest-growing and the most water-stressed area in the country. The proposed Fens Reservoir is important, but will only provide water for the already ambitious house-building plans, not the thousands of new homes that the government proposes. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that the water crisis in Greater Cambridge is a deal-breaker for the government's growth plans, and will he help me urgently convene a ministerial roundtable with the Cambridge Water Scarcity Group?
She's right to draw attention to the drought and the question more generally of reservoirs. It is shocking that a new reservoir hasn't been built for a very, very long time, not at all in the previous 14 years. We are rebuilding now, and we're doing that alongside the infrastructure and housing that we also need to build, and we'll work across the House on that.
We'll let the front benches change over. Right, we now come to the urgent question. Sir Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I ask the Minister if she will make a statement on Britain's response to the worsening situation in Sudan?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sudan is the worst humanitarian crisis on record. Over 30 million people need aid and 12 million people have been displaced. Famine is spreading fast, and new reports confirm that the situation will deteriorate in the next 3 months. Cholera is also now widespread. Life-saving assistance continues to be blocked by the parties. Last month, an appalling attack on a UN convoy delivering life-saving aid to those fleeing violence in El Fasher killed 5 aid workers. The deliberate targeting of aid workers clearly violates international law, and as the United Nations Security Council penholder on Sudan, the UK led calls for such a through the UK penned press statement on the 12th of June. Last week, the Security Council, the International Criminal Court of the prosecutor, found reasonable grounds to believe that war crimes and crimes against humanity may well have been committed and continue to be committed in Darfur. The perpetrators must be held to account. The UK continues to play a leading role in ensuring that aid gets to where it's most needed. In April, the Foreign Secretary brought together a broad coalition of partners to build consensus on strengthening humanitarian access. The co-chair's statement calling on the parties to facilitate humanitarian access in accordance with their commitments in the Jeddah Declaration. Over £810 million in funding for Sudan was announced, including £120 million of UK aid, supporting over 650,000 people this year. In the absence of a ceasefire, Mr. Speaker, the humanitarian situation will only worsen. We continue to call on the warring partners to place the interests of the Sudanese people over their pursuit of a military victory. The UK is working with our international partners to push the warring partners to return to the negotiating table and commit to a meaningful, sustainable ceasefire. Any process which follows must be inclusive. We underline the importance of a return to a civilian rule that's democratically elected and representative of the whole country. Moves by the Sudanese Armed Forces and the Rapid Support Forces to establish their own parallel governments will only exacerbate de facto splits. Permanent partition of Sudan. This is in no one's interests. Mr. Speaker, we have and we will continue to use all diplomatic tools at our disposal to protect civilians, get aid to those who need it most, and support a Sudanese-led peace process with civilians at its heart.
Sir Andrew.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for granting this urgent question today. I make no apologies for raising the dire and desperate straits of the Sudanese people again in this House, not least because it is Britain which leads on the Sudanese situation in the United Nations on behalf of all other nations. The people of Sudan are in the throes, as the Minister said, of the worst in the world, and the situation is worsening, even if such things can hardly be imagined. Earlier this month, Mr. Speaker, the United Nations and international organisations reported mass displacement of tens of thousands of people following the combatant forces advancing across Kordofan states. There have been months of increased mobilisation of fighters, including the recruitment of children from across Darfur. As fighting expands, the Kordofan states are the next deadly front. In the recent and welcome ministerial conference hosted by the Foreign Secretary, much needed money was raised, but the goal of a high-level contact group to drive political efforts toward achieving a ceasefire and protecting Sudanese civilians met with an impasse. Mr. Speaker, we must accept that despite our efforts, the past 2 years have been a story of faltering international endeavour, where world events have cast Sudan into the shadows as its people have faced only deepening peril. So I ask the Minister 3 questions. First, what lessons has the government learned from the siege of Lasha and the overwhelming of the camp for displaced people at Zamzam to prepare for and protect civilians from the spread of violence across the Kordofan states? How is the government supporting the local emergency response rooms? Secondly, can she confirm that the prevention of atrocities remains a key pillar of British policy and is unaffected by the recent cuts in the development budget? And thirdly and finally, what is the government doing to advance international efforts to protect civilians alongside its pursuit of a ceasefire? Are we to assume the Jeddah process is dead? What discussions has she had with her counterparts in the United States over recent weeks?
Minister.
I thank the member for Sutton Coldfield for his questions and also for his long-standing interest not just in Africa in general, but particularly this awful conflict in Sudan. And of course, Sudan is also a personal priority for the Foreign Secretary, which is why he brought together foreign ministers to try to find a resolution. The Prime Minister has reiterated that the UK will continue to play a key humanitarian role, evidenced by the 120 million of UK aid announced for Sudan this year. And on the question that he asks in relation to the work post-Jeddah, we are working to sustain the momentum of the actions agreed at the conference. We continue to work with multilateral institutions, including the African Union, to ensure that strong African leadership is there in response to the conflict. We've also joined the EU-convened consultative group on Sudan in June, and we've initiated a Friends of Sudan grouping in Geneva to advance our work on the protection of civilians, because he's quite right to say that international law in this regard places a heavy emphasis on prevention of conflict, prevention of atrocities. We continue to identify opportunities to use our role as penholder on the Sudan in the UN Security Council and to galvanise UN Security Council action on the conflict in Sudan. He also specifically asked about the situation in the Lasha camps, and I want to reassure him that the UK is doing all it can, but the question always is access. We have the money, we have the workers, it's access that we need in order to provide that life-saving aid, and that is the nub of the issue which we are working on.
Abdussalam Mahaba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There isn't a single person in my Sudanese diaspora community in Sheffield who haven't been affected by the horrific violence in Sudan. But the most harrowing part for them isn't the regular communication jams, blocking parent from child and brother from sister, or the multiple displacements of millions of the most vulnerable people, or indeed the famine ripping through the population. The worst part is, whilst this, the worst humanitarian crisis in the world, is breaking every boundary we know, world powers continue to look away. The UK government has a unique position as penholder for Sudan, And at the UN Security Council, I appreciate that we called for a ceasefire through the resolution. But the resolution set no deadline for concluding the ceasefire, and it authorised no enforcement mission. So, Minister, my question is, what are we doing to enforce accountability for the shameful complicity of states warring sides, and when will agreement of a ceasefire so that the people of Sudan can be free from this horror?
Could I thank the Honourable Lady from Sheffield and the loud voice that she has in here on behalf of her Sudanese diaspora. The most important thing that the UK can do to build on the momentum from the London Sudan Conference, bearing in mind that we were the first to really have such a conference, is to continue to base our work on the statement from the co-chairs of that important conference, to continue to, as she says, use our role at the United Nations and to work through the new Friends of Sudan grouping in order to keep pushing at the highest level, as she says, using our position on the UN Security Council to galvanise the Security Council action and continue the important supply of aid into the region.
Shadow Minister Wendy Moore.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you for granting this urgent question today. I'm also grateful to my right honourable friend, the member for Sutton Coldfield, for pursuing this too. Because, of course, the situation in Sudan is dire. We are deeply concerned at the International Criminal Court's findings last week that there are reasonable grounds to believe that war crimes and crimes against humanity may be being committed in Darfur. The humanitarian situation also continues to deteriorate, with the UN warning on 30th of June of drastic cuts to life-saving food aid for Sudanese refugees fleeing to neighbouring countries. Sudan has also been identified as a global hunger hotspot of highest concern, and without immediate humanitarian assistance, the risk is terrible. With recent attacks on UN aid convoys, can the Minister provide her latest assessment of the situation and the extent of aid blocking? How is she ensuring UK aid, including the £120 million announced at the April Sudan conference, will reach those who need it and that aid workers are protected? More broadly, what new measures is the government taking to compel the warring parties into a ceasefire, to allow more aid in and facilitate deconfliction for delivery in the meantime? And how has she supported Sudanese civilian and political forces to engage in constructive dialogue processes such as the Cairo conference? And what is her assessment about the effectiveness of these processes? Despite the spending review, we are still yet to understand what 0.3% means for bilateral aid. So will she confirm the bilateral spend figures for Sudan this year? Because, of course, Sudan matters. It's not in the UK's national interest for the crossing of red lines in this conflict to persist, nor to have the displacement of people on this scale, nor to see the further destabilisation of this region of Africa. Thank you.
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her questions, and she asks about the ICC findings from last week, and we acknowledge the ICC Office of the Prosecutor's critical findings that there are reasonable grounds to believe that war crimes and crimes against humanity may well have been committed and are continuing to be committed in Darfur. This is an important milestone in the ICC's investigation into crimes committed in Darfur, and the UK remains steadfast in its commitment to ensure international humanitarian law is respected and breaches are called out and investigated. The UK remains committed to securing accountability for those responsible for atrocity crimes, and this includes reporting the fact-finding mission's mandate and the ICC's ongoing investigation. She's mentioned the attack on El Fasher and the targeting of aid workers, which is an absolute disgrace and a clear violation of international law, and we condemn it. She's also mentioned what more we've been doing recently, and we did attend the important consultative group on Sudan in Brussels on the 26th of June and contributed to discussions with the UN Secretary-General's personal envoy on Sudan, Ramtan Lamamra, on his plans to convene proximity talks with the warring parties, including on protection issues. And finally, she mentions the important question of the spending review. And of course, as I'm sure she's aware, we do have A lot of lessons to be learning from last time the aid budget was reduced, because the National Audit Office did criticise the way that those reductions were made in year without consultation and questioning whether they were value for money. So instead the government will take a long-term look at this and have a glide principle over the 3 years of the remaining Parliament.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That this UQ could have been relevant at any time in the past 20 years is a damning indictment and a failure of the international community. This morning, my honourable friend for Huddersfield and I hosted Sudanese community voices alongside Médecins Sans Frontières, the BMA and others, and we heard harrowing stories about what's happening on the ground. Medical centres and hospitals are becoming battlegrounds, and as ever, it is women and children who are bearing the brunt of the devastation. The UN has called what's going on the world's largest humanitarian crisis. There are credible allegations of genocide backed by both the US and the United Nations, and there are well-documented cases of war crimes. This is a war on civilians. The UK, in its role as the UN penholder, must lead by example and convene international actors and lead us to urgent concrete action. Can the Minister set out what urgent action she plans to take in the next week, particularly given that Parliament will not be sitting again until September, by which time many more lives would have been devastatingly lost?
Well, could I thank the Honourable Lady for Bow and thank her for her important work in pulling together groups, particularly in her role on the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, particularly workers with their aid workers whose focus is on medical relief. And I'm sure she shares with me the worrying news that there's been a cholera outbreak in the region, and I thank her for her important work in that regard. She also impresses upon the House the importance of the UK's support to women and girls, and the Foreign Secretary visited the Sudan-Chad border in January to raise awareness of Sudan, speaking directly to refugees, including survivors who shared harrowing stories of sexual violence and torture. In March of this year, Lord Collins, the Africa Minister, chaired a UN Security Council briefing on committing to prevention of violence against women and girls in Sudan. But she's quite right to say that this week we must do even more as the House comes towards its rising. And I will undertake to share this particular dialogue in the House with the Minister for Africa so he can redouble his efforts in the month of August to make sure that the UK is well represented in international discussions.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Mr. Speaker, the ongoing war in Sudan is the world's largest humanitarian catastrophe and the biggest since aid began. And I thank the Mr. Speaker, for granting this urgent question, but I regret that there's only been one statement in the last 7 months about Sudan from the government. So I'd like to ask the Minister, local and community-led emergency response rooms are central to the on-the-ground response. Can the Minister outline how the UK is increasing support to these ERRs? Since the London conference, what bilateral conversations has the government had with regional actors and with the US about Sudan? War crimes are being committed on an almost daily basis. Both the two principal warring parties in Sudan oppose a democratic Sudan. So what is the government doing to support Sudanese civil groups and civil society fighting for a democratic future? Since 2023, the New York Times has repeatedly reported that the United Arab Emirates is funneling weapons to the Rapid Support Forces, and the UN's expert panel on Sudan deemed these allegations credible. So what is the government doing to address the proliferation of outside weapons in Sudan and to uphold and expand the arms embargo? How is this government clamping down on the illicit international trade in Sudanese gold that is financed in this war? And finally, what assessment has this government made of the American judgment that chemical weapons are being used in Sudan?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. She quite rightly pushes us on saying more in this House, and I would say that there have been lots of questions from members when the Foreign Secretary has been answering broader questions such as on G7 meetings or on NATO meetings. And so members across this House have asked questions under the umbrella of international affairs, and the Foreign Secretary has replied to those, but we can always do more. As she's aware, we do need to keep the momentum up from the London Sudan conference, and she asks who we're working with. Of course we're working with the African Union. This is first and foremost a question of promoting leadership of African countries to deal with issues in Africa. And the Foreign Secretary has redoubled his efforts as a well-respected Foreign Secretary within the African Union dialogues, and has also recently joined the EU-convened consultative group on Sudan in June, which I know she will appreciate and think that that is a worthwhile forum to be in. As mentioned before, the Friends of Sudan grouping in Geneva will also advance the work to protect civilians. She mentions the UAE and the answer to any partners who may have an element of involvement in this conflict. Our message is clear. We need to press for a peaceful solution. Anyone who's supporting behind the scenes all need to come together in the spirit of the London Sudan Conference and talk about a peaceful solution for all. The last question on gold in the Sudan, I shall have to write to her with.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to an urgent question in April on the London Sudan Conference, my honourable friend, the member for Lincoln, confirmed that conference included a commitment from the UK Government to provide a further £120 million of aid for 25-26 to support 650,000 people, which the Minister has referenced earlier. So with that in mind, can the Minister today confirm to the House, in the intervening few months, what progress has been made to ensure that additional aid reaches the most vulnerable people in Sudan fleeing conflict, sexual violence and famine?
The honourable member raises the most important point. It's not just about money. It's about access. It's about our diplomatic heft and knocking heads together so that we can get that aid through to the people most in need. He mentions the $120 million for this financial year, and of course a portion of this uplift provides support to local responders, both through the Sudan Humanitarian Fund, which supports the emergency response rooms, and the Mercy Corps-led Cash Consortium for Sudan, which provides direct cash assistance to mutual aid groups on the ground. And the reason for that is that in conflict zones, often there's a debanking situation, which means formal banking collapses. That's why it's so important that on the ground, the UK is able to assist the smaller groups to get that vital aid in.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is such an enormous civilian price that's been paid in Sudan, but one of the greatest horrors is the use of rape and sexual violence against women and children as a weapon of war, and it's been used systematically as a weapon of war. I appreciate that the Minister has limited options, but I would urge the Minister to look at every single way that we can be more robust, more strong, and really lead the charge, making sure that vital aid, not just to combat hunger, but also to help people who have been raped and suffered so much, make sure that we get that aid to them as quickly and swiftly as possible, and let us please lead the way.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and the UK does fund support for the protection, prevention and care services responding to gender-based violence and conflict-related sexual violence in Sudan, and these do provide emergency support to survivors. Longer-term UK programmes also work to tackle FGM and empower women and girls.
Rachel Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I echo my honourable friends, the member for Stratford and Bow and the member for Sheffield, about the terrible suffering and the desperate suffering for women and children. I thank the Minister for her update and highlighting the outcome of the London Sudan Conference and the urgent need for access for aid. When I speak to my constituents from the Sudanese diaspora community, they talk about their desperate sadness about the conversations they have with their friends and family still in the region. Can the Minister update this House on the consular arrangements and for friends and family of my constituents? Thank you.
Well, I thank the honourable lady, who is such a doughty campaigner on behalf of her constituents in Westminster and the City. And could I also encourage her to use the MP hotline or her staff, because that's the best way of getting through to get consular advice and to reassure our communities in the diaspora of Sudan.
Then Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank my right honourable friend for securing this urgent question on the world's worst humanitarian crisis. And I welcome the leadership steps that the UK government is taking, but can she also tell the House what conversations are being had with both the African Union and the United Nations about the possibility of surging peacekeepers into Sudan in order to protect civilians?
But I thank the Honourable Lady for her leadership role in the last Parliament as the chair of the APPG, and also for her period when she was the International Secretary as well. And we know that there are a number of partners, so she's mentioned some of them, but obviously the participants at the London Sudan Conference included Egypt, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, South Sudan, Chad, Kenya, Ethiopia and Uganda, and of course the like-mindeds, Norway, Canada, the USA and Switzerland. So it was a perfect moment, and she asks how we can continue that. And we're going to redouble our efforts for working with the multilaterals such as the UN and also the League of Arab States. There's quite a lot on their agenda at the moment, but it's very important that Sudan is not brought down the agenda because it is in Africa, and that is a fear. And that's why it's so good to see the reporting in the FT or the Guardian or many of our other newspapers, our mainstream newspapers, to keep this in the spotlight and ensure that we work bilaterally with the countries that we work with in normal times, but also that we work at multilateral level to maintain our leadership role.
Melanie Ward.
Mr. Speaker, the humanitarian situation in Sudan is horrific, with the growing perpetration of atrocity crimes against civilians. This is part of a growing pattern of mass atrocity crimes being perpetrated across the world. But the UK government strategy on prevention and response of mass atrocity crimes hasn't been updated since 2019. Does the Minister agree with me that it's time for a fresh approach to this vital issue?
She knows of what she speaks with her role before she came into this place, and I take that as an action from today's dialogue.
Sir Julian.
Can the Minister explain to the House what, in practical terms, the Security Council could do, even if all its members are neutral on the question of backing one side rather than the other? If two sides are determined to fight one another, and if neither is dependent on outside military assistance to pursue the conflict, is there anything practical that the Security Council can do, even if it was united and in agreement on the need for an intervention?
I think the UN Security Council isn't just about a sort of a military intervention in terms of the security. As he's aware, it's also about the impact of the diplomatic solutions. And I think that the UK has got the most important role as the pen holder to try and bring everybody together around the table. And that's why we did have the London Sudan Conference. And there were certain people who threw their hands up and said, well, we haven't achieved anything. But I think the important thing was that we laid down a marker, and that we are now following up with other partners and being seen as leaders in this area. So it's by using the UN Security Council leadership role that we will eventually get to a solution. But he's quite right to say that there are a lot of fingers in the pie.
Alexa.
Thank you, Speaker. What's happening in Sudan, in particular Darfur, is one of the world's deepest and longest running humanitarian crises. But unfortunately, in neighbouring South Sudan, we are seeing a rising of tensions and military action, particularly in the upper Nile region. Recently, Ugandan army has entered South Sudan, and there's a real risk of regional conflict and civil war, which would create a much deeper humanitarian crisis across the whole of the region. What's the UK doing in terms of talking to Uganda and South Sudan to de-escalate that potential conflict?
He's quite right to say that the longer the war lasts, the greater its ripple effect. And could we just give credit to countries like Egypt, Chad and South Sudan for managing this crisis alongside others nearby, because they've taken so many people in. And yes, there's been aid from countries like the UK, but the impact within the region is devastating. And I will certainly take back to the Minister for Africa his particular point about the impact on South Sudan and reply to it in writing with what we are going to do, as somebody else said, this month. Not leave it till September, this month.
Matthew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a former aid worker and resident of Darfur, I feel for the people of Sudan deeply. And I would like to know from the Minister if there are plans to increase the amount of spend for the emergency response rooms, who are clearly doing a very, very valuable thing at the moment. Thank you.
Could I thank the Honourable Gentleman for all the work that he did before coming into Parliament and his important support for so many countries. I've been in debates with him, Myanmar and others as well. And I think it's very important that we do lay on record that 120 million is a lot of money and that we have to follow that money. Because as I explained before, there sometimes is this situation where debanking occurs in certain contexts, and that's why we need to have those relationships on the ground with the sorts of aid organisations which the member for Bow was in this morning to talk about what is the situation today and how we can maintain that. And my personal view is sometimes it's not just about the impact of the budget, it's also about the diplomatic work that goes around the funding so that we can actually maximise that money.
Mr. Speaker, the brutal violence being perpetrated against Sudanese civilians is only being fuelled by those external actors from the UAE, Egypt, Russia and beyond. So will she ensure that there is diplomatic interventions with each of those nations and report back to the House the outcome of that dialogue, but also that the UK lead on the banning of the use of mercenaries in areas of conflict? We haven't signed a convention as the UK government, and it is really time that we led a new convention on the use of mercenaries.
Could I firstly thank the Honourable Member for York for her work as now the Chair. So we had the former Chair and now the current Chair of the APPG, and I know that she has a diaspora of Sudanese as well in her locality. Could I just emphasise that the UK is not protecting any country which has an interest in this conflict. We've been very clear that we expect all countries to comply with existing UN sanctions regimes and its arms embargo, which continues to work closely with partners at the UN Security Council to enforce these. And we do need to move into that phase of the political resolution to the conflict. Could I also request her patience that I fold the second part of her question into the challenge I had from the other member regarding updating some of our policies and procedures on since 2019 on this particular point.
Jim Shelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I, first of all, thank the Minister very much for her answers to all the questions. Her strong words, our commitment, and I believe the words encourage us all and hopefully thereby encourage our constituents. Sudan ranks 5th on Open Door World Watch list for Christian persecution, with more than 100 churches and Christian buildings forcibly seized in the conflict when it began, the latest church being destroyed just last week. Christians are afraid to practice their faith, and the latest murder of 300 people in northern Kordofan has underlined the valid reason that Christians live in fear. Minister, how can government assist, and more importantly, will government intervene and help the people of this region who are being exterminated just because they're Christians?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that intervention and for his work relentlessly in this House on freedom of religion or belief. And of course, this region used to be so much more diverse, but the space for religious freedom has really narrowed, and he's quite right to be challenging. And with his permission, I will also share his thoughts with our freedom of religion or belief champion, the member of Northamptonshire, so that we can work together on this and make sure that we shine a spotlight on that lack of freedom for particularly Christian communities, but for other minority communities in the Darfur region.
John Slunger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure all honourable members would want to praise British diplomats for all they're doing on this difficult issue. The potential catastrophic loss of ever more civilian life, not merely in the armed conflict, but in the resulting humanitarian catastrophe, means that the conscience of the world must lead to action, of course with diplomacy first and foremost. Has the government considered working with allies to ensure that all options remain on the table, given concepts like the responsibility to protect? Does the Minister further agree that regarding Sudan, which previously saw a genocide in Darfur, we must ensure that we don't once again have to say as an international community, if only we'd acted more robustly, or never again?
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question and also for his extensive work in civil society on these sorts of questions. And the current position is for us to engage extensively through diplomatic means to encourage all parties to come to the table. We're very aware of the complexity of this particular conflict and the fact that it isn't just two sides within the region, it's a lot of other players as well. But we are uniquely positioned with our role in the United Nations Security Council and also with our other partners. For example, we do a lot with the League for Arab States, we do a lot with the Islamic cooperation groups, and we really are at the moment using our diplomatic efforts double time, but I do listen to what he says.
Given that certain UN initiatives and efforts to address this humanitarian catastrophe have encountered a degree of reluctance, if not opposition, from states such as Russia, I was really pleased to hear the Minister say that the government is working closely with regional partners. But I wonder if she could just elaborate on the work that is being done to support countries such as Egypt and multilateral organisations such as the African Union to address this humanitarian crisis, and if not, broker a ceasefire, ensure that the unblocking of humanitarian aid.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for his long-standing interest in development, and I know that he would be pleased that the participants who we've worked with in the London conference continue to be very much partners in this endeavour, and certainly Egypt, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, South Sudan, Chad, Kenya, Ethiopia, Uganda. And of course, within my own brief as the Indo-Pacific Minister, I am able to talk about terrible conflicts like Sudan and Myanmar when I'm speaking to like-mindeds, be they in the ASEAN states, who also care deeply about their brothers in Sudan, or indeed similarly within the Myanmar conflict as well. These terrible ongoing conflicts which are not enjoying the spotlight of public attention, we must redouble our efforts to have those on our agenda when we have our diplomatic interventions.
Thank you
for her responses so far. She will be aware of the indiscriminate aerial bombardments that have happened in the conflict and the complete disregard between military and civilian targets. I wondered if the government is considering further targeted sanctions on those leaders responsible or accused of atrocities and war crimes in the area.
I thank the member for Redditch for his important question. And obviously, since the outbreak of the conflict in 2023, the UK has frozen the assets of 9 commercial entities linked to the parties involved in the conflict. As a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, the UK also sanctioned 2 RSF generals for their crimes against civilians in November 2024. And he is particularly right to emphasise the current sort of warfare, which is drones, and how difficult they are in this particular conflict for civilians to know how to shield from those. And this new method of war is very much at the top of our agenda when we're speaking to like-mindeds.
Mr. Speaker, can I take this opportunity to thank my right honourable member for Sutton Coldfield in having this issue remain at the forefront, the plight of the Sudanese. We often hear about the adage, out of sight, out of mind, and unfortunately the conflict in Sudan doesn't get the mainstream media as it ought to. We know about the recent harrowing events in North Kordofan, where 300 civilians, including children and pregnant women, were massacred. And we know historically that there have been international peacekeeping troops on the ground. Will the Minister explore that opportunity with the relevant nations? Is that something which can be considered?
Well, certainly just last month we joined the UN-EU consultative group on Sudan for the first time, alongside our partners from the US, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the African Union and the League of Arab States. And that was at the top of the agenda. Our role at the moment is very much focusing on being the pen holder in the UN, but all channels are open and we're listening to all views, but the important thing is that we try and get round the table again and maintain the momentum which we had for that brief moment at the London conference.
Joe Pearce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With 150,000 men, women and children dead, 13 million people displaced, attacks on humanitarian workers, reports of ethnic cleansing and genocide, Sudan is undoubtedly the worst humanitarian crisis in the world today, and yet almost nobody knows. There are no marches on the streets, there's comparatively little media attention, there's been very few statements and urgent questions in this House. So will the Minister set out what more the government can do to raise awareness of the desperate need to address this conflict?
Well, I thank the member for High Peak for his spotlight on this issue, and the UK condemns the growing body of evidence of serious atrocities being committed against civilians in Sudan, the escalation of violence, killing of civilians, sexual assault of women and restriction of humanitarian access. And that's why the Foreign Secretary ensured that he visited the Sudan-Chad border to raise awareness of the conflict in Sudan and its impact on neighbouring countries, speaking directly to Sudanese refugees, including survivors, who shared harrowing stories of sexual violence and torture. And then, of course, the Minister for Africa, for whom this is probably the highest priority area. He hosted an event with his Dutch and Swiss counterparts to discuss specifically the alarming rates of conflict-related sexual violence in Sudan and the inadequacy of current responses. And we will redouble our efforts following this UQ to ensure that we follow that up.
Mr. Speaker, the unfolding scenario in Sudan almost defies description. The Minister has quite rightly indicated several times about the importance of accessibility. And does she agree with me that in order for accessibility to work in terms of aid and resources and assistance, that needs to be a comprehensive international approach in order to even offer the prospect of hope and delivery within the next few months?
He's absolutely right to talk about the importance not just of our bilateral meetings, but also of working at that multilateral level, and also to be supporting at the same time the important area of gathering facts as we go along, because the fog of war can prevent that. And just to give one example, the UK provided $989,000 for the Centre for Information Resilience Sudan Witness Project, investigating attacks against civilians and working with Sudanese civilian society organisations, as well as the United Nations fact-finding mission to support evidence gathering and accountability so that one day justice will be served.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for answering the question. Can I thank the member for bringing the urgent question to this House. The events in Sudan are undoubtedly an ongoing stain on the conscience of the global community. I'm frequently contacted and I'm deeply concerned about improving the accountability for those who are complicit or guilty of war crimes or crimes against humanity. And following on from my honourable friend's questions, a few other questions, can she just assure me and my constituents that she will leave no stone unturned in how we secure those people facing justice for the things that they've either enabled or taken part in?
Well, he's quite right to say that the reports coming out of Darfur are horrifying. Some of the violence has shown the hallmarks of ethnic cleansing and may amount to crimes against humanity. And the Foreign Secretary heard this firsthand from survivors when he was in Adre in January. And of course, irrespective of any determinations in the International Court, we know that we will strongly and always support the International Criminal Court's active investigation into the situation in Darfur, including allegations of crimes committed since April 2023. And that's why the UK has provided technical support in this regard.
That completes the urgent question. Let the front bench change over. We now come to the statement. Minister Emma Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to update the House on the content of the Leeds reforms. These reforms encompass the Government's Financial Services Growth and Competitiveness Strategy, which is our 10-year plan for financial services. This plan will make the UK the global centre of choice for financial services investment by 2035, with all parts of the country benefiting from its success, building on our thriving regional financial services clusters around the country. The financial services sector is one of this country's largest and most productive sectors.
It is worth 9% of total economic output and provides 1.2 million jobs across the UK's nations and regions. Our strategy will unleash the potential of the sector to catalyse growth, enterprise and opportunity in the rest of the economy. This will mean working people will get better returns on their savings, home ownership will be unlocked for tens of thousands more people, and more businesses will get access to the capital that they need to grow. Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State for Business and Trade recently presented to this House our modern industrial strategy, in which financial services was identified as one of the key 8 growth-driving sectors that the government will focus on. This builds on the successes of our first year in office, which I am proud to highlight. The fastest growth in the G7 in the first quarter of this year, 4 interest rate cuts, faster wage growth in the past 10 months than the previous 10 years of the last government. The FTSE 100 yesterday at a record high and business confidence at its highest in 9 years. Mr. Speaker, I won't take lectures from those opposite who presided over a situation of 11% inflation and debt rising year after year. Mr. Speaker, our vision is of an active state working in partnership with business, and the Leeds reforms were co-designed with the industry. The Chancellor and I undertook extensive engagement in its preparation, and I was pleased to see financial services firms across the country and the CBI welcome our reforms publicly. Our reforms reintroduce informed risk-taking back into the financial services system to deliver prosperity for working people. We will always ensure financial stability is a prerequisite for economic growth, and we continue to uphold our commitment to the high international standards which underpin the resilience of the global financial system. Mr. Speaker, I'll briefly set out the details of our package to the House. Firstly, the government is delivering a competitive regulatory environment to attract investment and drive growth. We have set out plans to deliver the most significant reform to the Financial Ombudsman Service since its inception, ensuring that it no longer acts as a quasi-regulator and returning it to its original purpose as an independent, impartial dispute resolution service for complaints between consumers and financial services firms. We are also streamlining the senior managers and certification regime to reduce the burdens imposed on firms by 50% and reduce approval times. And we have tasked the FCA to report back by September on how it plans to address concerns about the application of the consumer duty for firms primarily engaged in wholesale activity. Secondly, our reforms unlock capital for investment into our infrastructure and our businesses. We are doing this by supporting the Bank of England's changes to MREL, the minimum requirement for own funds and eligible liabilities, and confirming our approach to Basel 3.1, implementing lower capital requirements for domestically focused banks from January 2027, while preserving flexibility on our approach for international banks to ensure that the UK remains competitive while aligning with international standards. We are also committing to meaningful reform to ring fencing, while maintaining the aspects of the regime that support financial stability and protect customer deposits. We welcome the Financial Policy Committee's review of the overall bank capital levels needed for UK financial stability, and indeed the committee's decision to ease its loan-to-income restriction on mortgage lending. And I'm delighted that this decision will enable up to 36,000 additional first-time buyers to access mortgages in the first year. Third, Mr. Speaker, we are making the UK the location of choice for fintechs to start up, scale and list, and we want the wider financial services sector to embrace innovation too. The FCA and the PRA will launch a scale-up unit to ensure fast-growing businesses have the support they need to grow. The regulators will also introduce a new streamlined authorisation regime which will enable innovative firms to start operating while they await full approval. We are modernising and future-proofing the regulatory framework for payments and e-money, including stablecoin, and we are establishing a new model to deliver next-generation retail payments infrastructure. Fourth, Mr. Speaker, we are seizing opportunities in key areas of UK leadership, from speciality insurance and asset management to sustainable finance. Our insurance sector has been world-leading for centuries, and we are committed to staying at the front of the pack by creating a new captive insurance framework and holding an industry showcase event later this year to sell the sector globally. We are also future-proofing the regulatory regime for our asset management sector, the second largest in the world, and will publish draft legislation early next year. The UK is already a leading global hub for sustainable finance. We have set out plans for a stable regulatory framework, and we are giving industry clarity by deciding not to pursue a green taxonomy and focusing instead on ambitious policies that support investors to invest in the transition. I look forward to continuing to work with Lord Alok Sharma and the Transition Finance Council that he chairs to make the UK the leading international hub for raising transition finance. Fifthly, we want to go further in building a new retail investment culture and boosting our capital markets competitiveness. We have taken great strides to reform our pension system, being led by my honourable friend, the Pensions Minister, so that people can have better savings in retirement. We want savers to get the best returns on their savings. For too many, their money is not working hard enough, and for too long, advice on investments have been the preserve of only the wealthiest in society. To address this, the Chancellor has announced the biggest reform of the financial advice and guidance landscape in more than a decade, and the introduction of targeted support in time for the new tax year. And the Chancellor and I welcome the steps being taken by industry, and I'd like to say a particular thank you to Chris Cummings of the Investment Association to helping consumers engage with investing and the work that he is leading. We are also considering reforming the ISA system to ensure better outcomes for both savers and the UK economy. We are allowing long-term asset funds to be held in stocks and shares ISAs next year. This will allow more individuals to invest in assets that will support the UK's future success while seeing better returns on their savings. To ensure our capital markets support British business, we are also announcing a new listings task force with the Office for Investment to attract world-leading businesses to IPO in the UK. And we are publishing both a wholesale financial markets digital strategy to harness innovation, as well as our ambitious design for Digit, the digital gilt instrument pilot. Finally, we are taking steps to enhance the UK's leadership in financial services, ensuring that the UK remains the most open and connected financial centre in the world. We will launch a concierge service, the Office for Investment Financial Services, to attract international financial services firms to invest in the UK and grow their business. And we are further facilitating cross-border activity with the publication of guidance on our overseas recognition regimes and a memorandum of understanding, Mr. Speaker, with the UK regulators on this, which I will place a copy of in the library of both houses. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, through these steps, our government has placed financial services at the heart of our growth mission. Our 10-year strategy is ambitious, the most far-reaching reforms of financial services for a decade, unleashing the fantastic potential of our world-leading financial services sector, backing British businesses, unlocking home ownership for tens of thousands of people across the country, supporting savers to get better returns, and investing in our shared future. Mr. Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
The Minister Muggon.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very grateful to the Minister for advance sight of her statement. Mr. Speaker, there's much in these Leeds reforms, much of which were formerly known as the Edinburgh reforms, that can be welcomed, some details of which the Chancellor laid out in her Mansion House speech last night. So we on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, will always support reforms to our financial sector that ensures the City of London remains a global powerhouse. But, Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor's rhetoric last night about growth and stability obscures the truth of this government's record of delivery. Inflation is now at 3.6%, the highest in the G7. Growth has all but stalled. Despite yesterday's fanfare for reform, the reality is that having run short on other ideas, the government is now forced to turn once again to the City of London for inspiration. A last throw of the dice, Mr. Speaker, hoping it will provide an engine for growth its policies are stifling. Last night, the Chancellor described her government as a beacon of stability, but let us not forget the actual legacy that was handed over to her. We enjoyed near record levels of employment. Unemployment was at historic lows. Inflation was under control. That is a stable foundation on which this government was handed the keys. Yet, Mr. Speaker, this government now presides over instability. The Office of Budget Responsibility, the OECD, the Bank of England have all sounded the alarm that our growth prospects have collapsed. So when the government claims to be cutting red tape for industry, let us remember that their plan to make work pay would in fact burden employers with over 70 new regulations reminiscent of the 1970s. The Chancellor's talk of unleashing the power of the city comes even as her party threatens to smother businesses in paperwork and expense. When it comes to proposals for financial services, Mr. Speaker, we on these benches welcome much that gives the sector confidence and clarity. But warm words must be matched by careful delivery. So, Mr. Speaker, on reforms of the Financial Ombudsman Services, there is agreement that the FOS should return to its impartial roots as a fast and effective dispute resolution service and not a quasi-regulator. But when so many businesses and consumers are awaiting clarity, can the Minister confirm whether these changes will limit the FOS's power to make backdated legal determinations? And what impact will these reforms have on ongoing legal proceedings, such as the crucial car finance case before the Supreme Court? Turning to streamlining the approach of the FCA and the PRA, this may remove unnecessary friction, but we must ensure this doesn't become window dressing while critical challenges remain. The FCA and the PRA must accept that stability in the markets isn't the only way to deliver growth. Both their objectives must be aligned and equally ambitious in their drive for reform. Mr. Speaker, turning to ISAs, the Chancellor trumpeted reforms to ISAs, including new rules for long-term asset funds, something we welcome if it broadens access to higher return assets for ordinary savers. But, Mr. Speaker, there is still no certainty on the future of the cash ISA. Without clarity here, the government risks undermining its own ambitions to promote home ownership and inclusive investment, one trumpeted again by the Chancellor during her Mansion House speech last night. And on capital and investment policy, we welcome MREL reform, a change I championed during the recent passage of the Banking Resolution Recapitalisation Act. This will help challenger banks compete and expand lending. Moving on, the government's review of ring-fencing rules is cautiously welcome, but will the government confirm that all options are being considered, including alignment with the US and EU, which, as the Minister knows, never implemented ring-fencing rules? And, Mr. Speaker, more broadly, the history of the last Labour government reminds us that good intentions are never always enough. The Financial Services and Markets Act 2000 that the then Chancellor introduced, and introduced a tripartite system, was well conceived but badly implemented, contributing to the events of the 2008 financial crisis. It falls on this government now to demonstrate that they will not repeat those mistakes again. And finally, Mr. Speaker, at Mansion House last night, the Chancellor missed a crucial opportunity to be straight with the British people and rule out further tax rises. Yes. So I ask the Minister today, will she guarantee that working families and businesses will not face more tax increases? Will she rule out any further surprise raids on the British taxpayer? Britain's financial services sector has always thrived when reforms are clear. The test of these reforms will come when the full details emerge. But ultimately, growth will only come when the Chancellor realises that hard-working people and businesses across this country are the real engines of economic growth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, half of that was all right, I suppose. Can I say, I do actually want to start constructively and thank him for his welcome to some of the reforms and answer some of his specific details before I come to the wider points. So, on the Financial Ombudsman Service, we have set out in great detail what we are going to do. Some of the changes require primary legislation that he'll be aware of. We are proposing an absolute time limit of 10 years. However, with discretion for the FCA to give longer periods in the case of products with a longer lifetime. I can't comment on the ongoing issue on car finance. He'll know that is working its way through the courts. He talks about the different objectives that the regulators have. We have been very clear with the regulators that we expect them to embed their secondary objective to facilitate economic growth and competitiveness, whilst also obviously complying with their other objectives. And he will see that in the remit letters that the Chancellor sent to the regulators at the last Mansion House speech last November. On ISAs, I welcome what he said about the long-term asset funds. We think this will unlock great opportunities for savers. We continue to consider reform to ISAs. What we'd like to do is make sure that more people have the opportunity and confidence to invest, which is why targeted support, which will be introduced by firms, which we have worked at pace by the end of this tax year, will hopefully really shift the dial and give people that confidence to invest. I think he said that he was in favour of what we're doing on MREL, and I know that he agreed with the bill that we put through the House, which is now coming into force today, the Bank Resolution and Recapitalisation Act. So I thank him for his support on that. On ring fencing, we have detailed which areas we're going to look at. I'm happy to write to him further, but one area, for example, is sharing resources across the ring-fenced and non-ring-fenced part of banks, for example, but we want to ensure that we strike the right balance here between growth and stability. His points about economic stability, Mr. Speaker, I will take no lessons from the party opposite, I hate to say, where we had inflation at 11%, people paying extremely high mortgage rates, debt rising year after year. The only thing that was stable under their government was wages that were flatlining.
Chair of the Select Committee, Meg Ilya.
And I thank the Minister and look forward on the Treasury Committee to talking to her or interrogating her about the detail of this as we look at it as the detail emerges, and her and the Chancellor indeed. One of the things the government has been talking about since the election, in fact leading on from the previous government, is the remit letters, which encourage growth as well as to the regulators as a secondary objective. Will she be clear, and can she tell us when she will be clear about how the government will be very clear about its own appetite for risk in this sector, so that both firms and the regulators know how far the government will be prepared to go? Because she and I know from our experience in this place that if too many consumers suffer under any changes, this place will be the place that they're raised, and then there is a tendency for government then to turn around and say, well, you went too far. So for the sake of the sector and the regulator and our constituents, can she tell us either now or when she will be able to tell us where the government's line on risk will fall?
I thank her for that very thoughtful question. I'm happy to come to the committee and talk about it in more detail. But what I will say is that the Leeds reforms regulate for growth instead of seeking to eliminate risk from the system altogether, because we know that in order to get greater returns, there is a need to take informed risk, and it will enable firms and consumers to take informed risk. But we will always obviously support the regulators and legislate in a way that protects consumers from bad practices and bad actors.
Or the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Daisy Cooper. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's much to welcome in this statement, and I hope that it sends a strong signal to the fintech sector and sustainable finance that UK PLC is open for business. But it is important to get the balance right between growth and risk. We would like to welcome the announcement of a scale-up unit. Could I ask the Minister whether it will have a mandate to look at liquidity and valuation, two of the challenges that prevent British startups from scaling up here at home? On the retail investment culture, we welcome plans to reform the financial advice and guidance and to launch a national advertising campaign. We Liberal Democrats believe that we should trust people to weigh up the risk and rewards of investment if they are properly informed. But we also know that money habits are formed at a young age. So can the Minister advise whether the government has any plans to introduce financial literacy as part of the school curriculum and indeed from cradle to grave? And will the government say when they will confirm when they will bring forward any reforms at all to cash ISAs, because the uncertainty around this issue is undermining the government's own goal of incentivising more investment. On mortgages, Madam Deputy Speaker, many renters have been crowded out from getting onto the housing ladder, and this announcement will sound very exciting to them. But can the Minister say what reassurances she can provide that this additional lending will not result in boom and bust? And with inflation jumping today, what is a realistic number of those up to 36,000 first-time homeowners getting on the housing ladder in the next year? Madam Deputy Speaker, we welcome the streamlining of checks on senior managers, but can the government confirm that these changes will not expose financial firms and their customers to greater risk? And finally, if the government wants a step change in economic growth, this is a start, but the government must go further and faster by having a better trading deal with the EU. Minister.
Well, I think we have a very good deal with the EU that we agreed in May this year, which we will continue to build on, and I was very pleased to have invited the European Commissioner for Financial Services, Maria Luisa Albuquerque, who was at the dinner last night at Mansion House. I will try and get through all of her questions. On liquidity and valuations, I just point out to her that we have some of the deepest capital markets in the world, and last year the amount of equity capital raised in London was larger than the 3 next European exchanges put together. But I recognise the issues that she was talking about. On the advertising campaign that Chris Cummings at the IA is leading the Secretariat on, and also he will be looking at risk warnings. That's not to say there shouldn't be risk warnings, to say that there should be a balancing risk warnings to make sure that the risk warning is also informing people of the benefits investing over the long term. She rightly talks about the importance of financial education and capability. That is something that in the financial inclusion strategy, which we'll be publishing in the autumn, we will be putting forward suggestions on. But I just wanted to reassure her, because this is a cross-governmental effort, that I'm speaking and meeting actively with the schools minister so that we can be aligned with the curriculum review that she knows that the DFE are taking forward. She asked about mortgages. Can I just reassure her that obviously we've had extensive regulation since the global financial crash. We're not going back to the bad old days where there were no verification checks on affordability and there were 125% mortgages. But the system that we have got means that there are people on modest incomes who are unable to get on the housing ladder. For example, Nationwide have said because of the Bank of England's recent decision, they will be able to help an additional 10,000 people a year with their helping hand mortgage fulfill their dream of home ownership. I think this is a great step forward and will mean that people across the country are able to benefit from the security of home ownership that many in this House do, particularly those on modest incomes and particularly those in generations where they're being deprived of those opportunities.
Committee Member John Grady.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. These reforms are targeted at getting greater investment into British infrastructure, and these reforms are targeted at cutting red tape. Would my honourable friend agree with me that it's a little bit rum for parties opposite to criticise our government for introducing red tape when they voted against the Planning and Infrastructure Bill, which creates investable projects that people can invest in and gets houses, which are a key restraint for house price inflation?
I couldn't agree with him more, and we are intent on building the 1.5 million homes that we promised at the election. And I remind the chuntering gentleman opposite, honourable gentleman, that in fact the OBR, even before we had the Planning and Infrastructure Bill, the first stage of the planning reforms, the OBR have scored to be the largest increase in GDP by the end of the scorecard of any non-fiscal lever in its history.
Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the Economic Secretary may want to have a look at Hansard and just make sure that she got the right soundbite into the record about the 10 months of wage growth and the comparison, because my understanding is that indeed wage growth was slow after the financial crash. We tried to compensate for that with increasing personal allowances, but actually wage growth has been bouncing back since the pandemic. She may want to just correct the record if that's the case. But to the Leeds reforms, as they've migrated from Edinburgh down to Leeds, the Treasury Committee will scrutinise, obviously, the implementation. But is it her vision that they should be implemented over the next year before the next Mansion House speech, rather than on the 10-year basis that she outlined as her strategy?
I thank her for that question. I'll refer her, because it's very useful, to page 63 of the strategy, which sets out an ambitious timeline for implementing the reforms that the Chancellor set out last night and indeed in Leeds in the morning of yesterday. It will show her that we'd already taken action to implement some of the decisions that we took in November last year, for example, introducing PICES, a new private intermittent securities market, which is now open for business, that we legislated for in May. So that is a demonstration of how we're working at pace. There are other things that will take a little longer. She will understand, having much experience in this place and in government, that some of these things obviously require primary legislation. But she will see by the 2-page one-page summary at the back of the strategy how we plan to implement the reforms at pace to unleash the potential of the financial services sector.
Gill.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And too many of my constituents are trapped in the rental market, paying off someone else's mortgage instead of saving for a home of their own. Average rents in Birmingham have now passed £1,000 a month for the first time, driven sharply upwards since the mini-budget. So I strongly welcome the Chancellor's Leeds reforms, which will help 36,000 first-time buyers onto the housing ladder. Can the Minister say more about what the government is doing to boost housing supply, home ownership, so that home ownership can become a reality for more people in cities like mine?
I thank her very much for that question. As my honourable friend said previously, the package that we announced yesterday, announced by the Bank of England, but also the FCA's discussion paper, go to the heart of making sure that we have the right balance here between ensuring people have affordable mortgage products, but also ensuring that they are accessible to more people up and down the country. But as she'll know, and she's referring to, I'm sure, the Planning and Infrastructure Bill and some of the other planning reforms that we've set forward on some of the most ambitious planning reforms for a generation, and they will unlock the potential for those homes to be built so that we can get more and more first-time buyers onto the housing ladder.
Select Committee Member John Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I warmly welcome the Leeds reforms. They build on many of the things that were done in the previous administration, but they do build on them, and I acknowledge in terms of the consumer-facing changes on mortgages, on ISAs, and the aspiration to get more people investing, they are very positive things. I would just say two things. Firstly, on the listings review, we did a listings review about 4 years ago. All of that is just about implemented. I would urge the Minister to look at culture and fiscal issues as much as actually regulatory issues. And the second point I would make is around the PRA and the scale of ambition on that side of the regulatory framework. In conversations with senior leaders at Mansion House last night, I think it was felt that the FCA's level of ambition is high, but be wary of constant shifting of the goalposts and a lack of real change, particularly on the internal rating base and how banks can get their regulatory capital treated differently more quickly, because it is taking too long and that needs to change very urgently.
Can I reassure him that we haven't announced a listings review? We've announced a listings task force, which will be a joint, which is different. Let me just explain. Which is a joint piece of work between the Office for Investment and HMT and other government departments to ensure that we are attracting the best and the brightest companies to list here in the UK. He is correct. There were many reforms undertaken by his government on listings, taking forward the Jonathan Hill review, the Mark Austin review, and we welcome those and support those at the time, and he'll have seen that yesterday the FCA published its final prospectus rules as well. We've of course got to get the regulatory side of the equation right, but he's correct that there are obviously other factors at play that we're looking at too. On the FCA and the PRA, all I will say is to reassure him that, as he knows, as the Economic Secretary, I hold the relationship with both of those regulators, and we will continue to push them to be ambitious in supporting our growth agenda.
Clive Lewis.
Thank you. I just want to confirm my name is Clive, not Cassandra Lewis, and yet I do feel like the Trojan princess forever warning of things that will go wrong but being ignored. Can the Minister reassure, given that the Bank of England has repeatedly warned that loosening mortgage lending standards and allowing more people to borrow larger sums relative to their income can push up house prices and increase financial instability? Given the state of the global economy, I do appreciate that these are not the same deregulations that took place before the 2008 crash, but surely she can understand that many of us will be very cautious on these benches about deregulating at a time of such instability. I understand we want to get more people on the housing ladder, we want to increase growth, but there is a risk. I just wonder whether that risk has been duly appreciated.
Well, can I reassure him that our agenda is to streamline regulation and to make it more proportionate, and that obviously there remain firm guardrails and indeed affordability checks for mortgage providers. And at the moment, the level of repossessions is very low indeed, and banks and other mortgage providers do all they can to avoid repossessing people's homes. And as I said before, we are not going back to the bad old days of 125% mortgages and no verification on people's affordability. This is about rebalancing the system to ensure that more people can afford to buy their own home, but it is about striking the right balance, and he's right to ask the question, between ensuring that we take more informed risk, but that we also do that while ensuring financial stability.
Select Committee Member Bobby Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor announced quite a list of reforms yesterday. I do note many of them are on the shopping list of industry, so the committee will be examining them closely to make sure they also work for the consumer and the long-term stability of the economy. But there was one change in particular I think will worry those with strong memories of the 2008 financial crash, and that is of ring fencing. Now, the Conservative spokesperson indicated that perhaps we need to look at removing their ring fencing entirely. I think that would be a big step backwards. These reforms, of course, were driven by Liberal Democrat Vince Cable. The idea was to separate everyday customer deposits from the risks of investment banking. So can the Minister give us assurances now that the hard-earned savings of families across the country will not be put at risk by the speculative activity of people playing other people's money?
Well, can I say I always have great pleasure in coming to give evidence to his committee, as he knows, and can I reassure him that the government is upholding the ring fencing regime, and we've got to strike the right balance between protecting financial stability and safeguarding depositors. But equally, we think that there are some flexibilities that should be explored within the ring fencing regime, which will allow further growth and further capital to be deployed in the real economy.
Callum Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement and commend the work that she and the Chancellor have done on the wider Leeds reforms. I wanted to pick up on the forthcoming campaign to promote retail investment, which has the potential to reshape public understanding of risk, reward and financial planning. But the problem with many previous campaigns or similar campaigns is that it's failed to reach the people who most need it. So can the Minister provide a bit more detail about how the Treasury intends to work with both the financial services industry and actually civil society to ensure that the campaigns delivers measurable benefits and improvements in financial capability across the whole population?
I thank him, and he's a great campaigner on this issue, and he's absolutely right. This isn't an easy nut to crack. We will work very closely with the industry-led campaign. We need to give people the confidence that if they want to invest and save for the longer term, they will be able to secure, they should consider securing better returns through investing rather than just holding large amounts of, if they've got those large amounts of money in cash.
Julian Lewis.
Whenever I listen to the excellent Times Radio and other commercial broadcasters, I'm always favourably impressed by the fact that at the end of every positive advertisement for a financial product, 3 words are said: capital at risk. Yeah. Can she assure the House that in the review of risk warnings that's going to be undertaken, that basic fundamental red flag at the end of people pushing for you to invest your money in some grand and profitable enterprise will not be left out?
Can I reassure him that we are not suggesting getting rid of risk warnings? I think that's what he is asking me most directly. But one of the investment platforms did some research about the wording of risk warnings, and he'll probably know that there's quite a gender gap here between men who, if you look at the figures from the Financial Conduct Authority's Financial Lives Survey, that more men have the confidence to invest than women, for example, and there are other demographic factors too. What we want to do is give people the option and the confidence to invest, but of course there will always be risk warnings. But there is a risk if over the long term you hold all of your savings in cash due to inflation, as he'll know.
Ian Warren.
Madam Deputy Speaker. The Science, Innovation and Technology Select Committee's inquiry into regional innovation and growth has repeatedly heard that access to capital outside London and the South East is the biggest barrier to start-ups scaling up and delivering growth and jobs. So the reforms that the Minister has set out to reintroduce informed risk-taking, which I'm sure will be prudently implemented, should, as she said, realise capital to catalyse growth. Can she say a little bit about how it will deliver more capital investment into the productive economy of the North East?
Yeah.
Well, I might not be able to give her specifics about her region right now, but what I will say is my colleague, the Pensions Minister, has secured an ambitious industry-led accord, the Mansion House Accord, which commits the 90% of pension, 17 of the pension funds representing 90% of active DC savers to be invested at 10% in private assets, half of those to be in the UK, and they will be on the hunt for good firms who could be successful in the future, that need that capital to start up and scale up. And we're also working very closely, as you'll know, with the British Business Bank on these issues.
Whitlow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After 20 years in the City of London, over the last year, I have had to endure a stream of what I would call financially illiterate verbal baby food. And I listen today, I hear that the Chancellor talk about regulating for growth. You don't regulate for growth, you deregulate for growth. The genesis of our problems are the FCA and the PRA, who sprung from the Financial Services Market Act of 2000, which was a Labour Act, which created the FSA, and that turned into the PRA and the FCA. Those two organisations have shut the City of London down. We are now a shadow of our former selves in terms of raising global capital, and I heard you say the opposite.
Mr. Rowe, there's no you. Please be seated. You heard the... Please be seated. Please be seated.
Sorry?
Seated. I'm on my feet. You heard the Minister. You don't refer to the Minister as you. And please come to the question.
My question is the Minister aware of the concept of buyer beware or caveat emptor, which used to be the basis of financial regulation? It is very risky to force people into more and more high-risk investments as you hollow out our economy with higher taxes and regulation.
Order, as the Minister hollows out, not you as me. Perfect. Minister, a swift response.
Thank you. Well, what do I say to that? Well, let me just say, I think there is, apart from, with the exception of him, some cross-party support for the Twin Peaks financial services regulation that we have. Of course, we do need proportionate regulation to ensure that there are protections in place for consumers. He seems to be suggesting that we get rid of the regulators altogether, which I think most members of this House would be opposed to. I have heard of the concept caveat emptor, and I am very suitably patronised by him.
Andrew Pakes.
One of the first visits I undertook after the election was to my local branch of Nationwide, which for generations has been providing good financial advice and advice to first-time buyers in my seat, like many other mutuals have. Now, in one of the previous periods of financial deregulation by the party opposite, we saw a movement which led to the demutualisation of the building society movement and created uncertainty for thousands and thousands of potential homeowners and people looking for financial support. Yeah. So can I ask the Minister if she can reassure the House today that the cooperative and mutual sector will be absolutely essential to the everyday financial services that working people need?
Absolutely, and it's something that the Chancellor and I, and indeed the Business Secretary and the Business Minister is absolutely passionate about, and making sure that we deliver on our manifesto commitment to double the size of the sector. We have asked the financial services regulators to report by the end of the year as to what more they can do to support the growth of the sector. We're supporting the industry-led Cooperative and Mutuals Council, chaired indeed by the Chair of Nationwide, Kevin Parry, and indeed we've concluded recently a call for evidence on the credit union common bond, obviously another form of mutual, and we'll be setting out our response in due course on that issue.
Well then.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And given the news on inflation today and the ongoing increases in unemployment and the downgrading of growth forecasts, it's quite right that this government is looking for other ways to stimulate growth. Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the reasons being put forward these reforms is the poor rate of returns on ordinary bank accounts and savings accounts. But actually what my constituents want are just decent rates of returns on ordinary savings accounts. And Martin Lewis and others have pointed out that that market remains still stubbornly resistant to passing on interest rate savings and to offering competitive rates. So whilst I understand why they want to look at encouraging people to invest in other types of savings, what plans does she have to tackle the ongoing poor rates of return people get in just ordinary savings and bank accounts?
Well, I thank him for that question. I am engaging with Martin Lewis, who is obviously a doughty champion of consumers across the country. I will say to him that obviously due to the consumer duty, banks and other providers have a duty to ensure that they deliver the best outcomes for their consumers. But I do know what he says.
James Nish.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for her statement, and I note especially the new concierge service that is referenced within the Office for Investment that will both court international development but also act as a one-stop shop to promote the UK. Can I ask her what regional dimension might be considered within that for places like the East Midlands, where I'm an MP, where we know there is significant future potential for both jobs and investment?
The concierge service will be working across the country, and I can reassure him of that. This is about ensuring that the UK has a single shop window to international firms looking to either set up or invest further in the UK. And as we set out in the Leeds reforms, the benefits of that investment and the benefits of unleashing the potential of the financial services industry should be felt across the country, in the East Midlands and beyond.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
The grim truth is that people's living standards in Wales have still not recovered from the 2008 crash, which resulted in a Labour Prime Minister bailing out the banks and the Tory austerity experiment. So why is the government risking a repeat of the mistakes of the past when all the evidence shows, and this is important, that growth will not trickle down from poorly regulated bankers?
I just say to her gently that we are not talking about going back to 2007. We've come a long way since then. Of course, after the crash, there were financial services regulations introduced and a new system of financial services regulation in terms of the Twin Peaks, the FCA and the PRA, so conduct and prudential. We are not talking about going back to then. We are not bringing back 125% mortgages, as I've said repeatedly. We are simply saying that we need to reassess where we are and that the pendulum has swung too far the other way. We need to rebalance the system so that both consumers and firms can take informed risk in order to drive growth across the country. That will make people better off. That will give people the opportunity to secure better returns on their savings. I just really encourage her to look at the detail of this. We are looking to rebalance the system, not go back to where we were back then.
Samantha Niblett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the co-chair for the APPG for FinTech and a mother to a 17-year-old daughter who turns 18 this year and is considering how she can best save for and secure her future, I welcome this news with real joy as we try to bring more wealth to more people. I suspect this joy is also shared by Aisha Afori, who is the founder of Propel, a platform that encourages women into retail investing, which can start with some very small sums indeed. Nina Mahanti, who founded Bloom Money, that supports people from ethnic minority communities to build generational wealth through group savings and budgets, and Georgia Stewart, founder of Tumalo, that has a mission to bring shareholder democracy to the digital age, giving everybody a seat at the table, whether they are an institution managing billions or everyday savers. So does the Minister agree with me that this government's approach, encouraging investing, should in turn give confidence to those who are considering investing into these female-founded fintech companies so they can scale and reach more people to help them in turn become wealthier and more secure?
I couldn't agree with her more, and she's a fantastic champion of the fintech sector. We have a really thriving fintech sector already, the second largest in the world, second only to the US, and we are determined to ensure that those companies access the capital that they need and access the authorizations and licenses they need from the regulators. Obviously, that's a decision for the regulators, but that should be done at pace so that these companies can get up off the ground and start to scale, providing the opportunities for retail investment, but also critically, Madam Deputy Speaker, providing innovative products for consumers across the country.
Chris Finch.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for her statement today. The number one thing that constituents of mine in Harlow raised with me is the soaring cost of the private rented sector. Would she agree with me that these reforms will help first-time home buyers in Harlow get on the housing ladder and working alongside the £39 billion worth of investment in social housing? This can only be good for my residents.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more with my honourable friend. We want to ensure that the dream of home ownership is expanded across the country, including in his own constituency of Harlow. The estimate is, because of the reforms that we're taking forward, and there will be more to come, that 36,000 new first-time buyers will be able to buy their homes in the first year of this reform being in place.
Gregory Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Economic Secretary in the statement alluded to the FTSE yesterday being at a record high, and she is right, although it is the case that many international indices, whether in the US, the Far East or Europe, are also at record highs since the April low. But she also alluded to the cash ISA problem. Would you agree with me on what is going to be done to instil confidence amongst the wider public who hold money in cash ISAs but are very reluctant and fearful of investing even in lower risk collective investments that over the longer term would produce much better returns than cash ISAs, which are subject, as she rightly says, to inflation?
Yeah, I thank him for his very thoughtful question, and we're doing a number of things. The first is working at pace with the FCA to ensure that we have targeted support in place by the end of the tax year, so that it's in time for the new ISA season in April next year. We are looking at the risk warnings and also the industry-led campaign on advertising the opportunities of investing, and so we are doing all that we can, and it's good that we've got honourable members on different sides of the House who are supporting us in this. Obviously, different people will be at a different stage in their journey in life, and you know, if people are retired, they may not want to invest in the stock market. I can understand that from their perspective. They need more readily available cash, but people who are younger or middle-aged, I don't know where I fall into that category, but will thank you, will, if they're able to, even put a small amount away to invest in their future. And it really concerned me recently that there was a report suggesting that many people didn't know that their pensions were invested in the stock market, and that's how they get better returns in their retirement. So there's a huge campaign that we need to run together with the private sector to educate people about the opportunities and give people the confidence to invest. But at the end of the day, obviously, it will be down to people how they choose to invest.
Josh Fenton-Glynn.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Leeds reforms today. Like many of the best things, they started in West Yorkshire. But that actually underlines... I see that they're still trunching from a sedentary position. But actually it undermines an important point, which is that financial services aren't just the preserve of the City of London, but the preserve of communities around the country, including many of my Calder Valley constituents who work for Lloyds Bank. And can the Minister just agree with me that one of the most important things that we can do to grow the economy is to focus on things that this country does well, including our financial services?
Absolutely right. And we were at Lloyds Banking Group yesterday in Leeds, where Lloyds in the wider region in Leeds, but also the wider region employ thousands of people. There are some great opportunities here in the sort of establishment firms, but also, as my honourable friend for Mid Derbyshire was talking about, some of these new firms that are outside of London as well that are growing and providing innovative products. I was in Scotland recently talking to a group of fintechs about the support they're getting there to work closely with some of the banks in Scotland to drive further investment into fintechs, and that collaboration between the more established players and the new players is really, really positive to see.
Final question, Chris Bloom.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I commend the Minister for her statement. And listening to my neighbour from Worcestershire, charismatic neighbour from the front bench, as charismatic as he is, I don't think he convinced me that a record of 11% inflation, a £200 increase in our mortgage payments, and a revolving door of Prime Ministers and Chancellors is a record to be particularly proud of. But my question is about the 29 million people in this country who have deposits in low yielding current accounts. Whilst people who invested in the stock exchange over the last 10 years saw yields of 9%. Madam Deputy Speaker, how do we convince and educate those customers to give them the confidence to be able to reveal much better outcomes from their investments?
Well, it's similar to what the Honourable Gentleman asked a little earlier. I think we need to demonstrate, there's been lots of different research, but AJ Bell did some research recently that if people had put £100 a year for the last 25 years into ISAs, they'd be better off if they'd invested in a stocks and shares ISA than a cash ISA, and it's perhaps showing people that sort of evidence. Obviously, the stock market can ebb and flow and fluctuate, but if people are saving for the longer term, then they should certainly consider investing, and that's what the industry-led campaign will look at, how we can advertise the benefits of. Of course, there still will be risk warnings, but we need to ensure we get the balance right here between telling people that there are risks, but also telling people that there are great benefits of investing too.
That is the end of the statement on financial services reform. And as colleagues... Point of order, David Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I seek your guidance? The NHS announced yesterday morning the closure of the Mount Vernon Hospital Minor Injuries Unit in my constituency, which also affects the members for Beaconsfield, South West Hertfordshire, Hertsmere, Harrow East and West, Uxbridge and South Ruislip and Hayes and Harlington. Now, this decision flies in the face of the 10-year plan for the NHS announced to this House recently. But my letter to the Secretary of State about the matter of the 24th of April has gone completely unanswered. So how, particularly given the impending recess, can I place my concerns on the record and hold ministers accountable for this action?
I am grateful to the Honourable Member for giving notice of his point of order. The Chair is not responsible for ministers' replies to correspondence from Honourable Members, but colleagues in all parts of the House are entitled to expect a timely response to their letters, especially from ministers on constituency matters. He has put his point on the record, and I'm sure that the Treasury front bench will have noticed his remarks and will pass that on forthwith. Point of order, Zara Sultana.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I seek your guidance regarding the accuracy of the official report in Hansard. In my speech on Wednesday, the 2nd of July 2025, during the debate on prevention and suppression of terrorism, I said the words, and I quote, "We are all Palestine action." The video and audio recordings clearly confirm that the full sentence was spoken before the Chair intervened. However, Hansard has omitted the final word of that sentence. I have been advised that this is due to a long-standing convention not to report words spoken after the Chair intervenes, but in this instance, the record omits words spoken before the Chair's intervention. I'm also aware of precedents which I can provide where members' final words immediately preceding or overlapping an intervention have been included to preserve the accuracy of the record. Despite this, Hansard has not only refused to amend the entry, but has since removed the sentence entirely. This blatant attempt of censorship and rewriting the record is deeply concerning and undermines the integrity of the official report. Can you therefore advise me and the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, on whether there are formal mechanisms to challenge omissions of this kind, reinstate the accurate record, and ensure that Hansard fulfills its duty to provide a full and accurate record of proceedings in this House?
The Honourable Member has now twice put her words on the record, no doubt, and if she is not aware, and for colleagues across the House if they're not aware, Hansard has their own editorial policy, and if she wishes to have her words corrected, she needs to take that up directly with Hansard. It's not a responsibility of the Chair.
Point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm most grateful for your advice, Madam Deputy Speaker, because during Prime Minister's questions earlier today, the Member of Parliament for Rosendale and Darwin misled the House.
We don't use language that has misled the House when we are talking about other colleagues. He will have to check his words if he wishes to continue.
I'm most grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Member for Parliament for Rosendale and Darwin may have possibly inadvertently misled the House with regard to Lancashire County Council and nursery funding. The reality is that, unfortunately, because of that, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister gave an answer based on that possible inadvertent misinformation. The truth, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that Lancashire County Council is carrying out a statutory consultation as to whether to follow the example of Labour-controlled councils, such as at Blackburn, and Blackpool as to whether to have a small, modest processing fee.
The honourable member will no doubt will have already contacted a member that he referenced in the chamber. If not, I will no doubt that he will do so forthwith. Now, if only the chair was responsible for the content of members' questions and answers, but unfortunately the chair is not responsible for the content of answers or questions that members provide, and no doubt that he has now put his words on the record. He'll get a response privately. I now move on to presentation of bills, and we go on to the presentation of Bill Richard Bergen.
Thank you. International Court of Justice Advisory Opinion on Policies and Practices of Israel, Sanctions and Other Measures Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 12th of September.
Friday the 12th of September. No. Thank you. We now go on to the 10-minute rule motion, Managing Agents Regulation, and I come to Danny Beales.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to establish an independent regulator of managing agents, to make provision about the powers and duties of the independent regulator, to require managing agents to comply with the Code of Practice, and to make provision about that Code of Practice, to make provision for a licensing scheme for managing agents, to make further provision about the regulation of managing agents and for connected purposes. Labour governments, past and present, have been underpinned by a motivation to stand up for the voiceless, those let down by broken systems, and disempowered to take control over their own circumstances. I present this bill to the House today because the failure to regulate managing agents has rendered leaseholders, ordinary, hard-working people, voiceless, let down and disempowered. This government's commitment to end the broken leasehold system is a welcome pledge for many, including leaseholders in places like my constituency of Uxbridge and South Ruislip. Many have long been held hostage by exploitative management companies. Now, with this bill, we have the opportunity to take a further step forward in rebalancing the system, improving management standards and empowering leaseholders to hold their managing agents to account. This bill would establish a new independent regulator of managing agents. It would require managing agents to have mandatory qualifications. They would have to pass a fit and proper person test, and the regulator would be empowered to impose continuing personal and professional development requirements. This would be underpinned by a clear code of practice set in statute, which leaseholders would have clear sight and knowledge of. This bill would provide legal obligations and create a mechanism for redress for concerned leaseholders. The regulator would have power to enforce compliance against managing agents and ultimately remove them from the register of regulated agents. This would all be funded by firms and individuals which are regulated themselves. These are reasonable and sensible steps forward. Colleagues across this House have highlighted the plight of constituents who are falling victim to unregulated managing agents, laying bare the failures of the current system. From Basingstoke to Brighton Kemp Town, and thank you to my honourable friends from these constituencies for their support and advice on this bill. In my own constituency, I've been supporting residents at Union Park, for instance, in Cowley. In this development, the developer walked away and residents are being presented with a bill of £100,000 by their managing company, Ringleys. Communal boilers have been left broken for 2.5 years, leaks under the floorboards remain unfixed. And whilst my team and I continue to support and advocate for these residents, the reality is without a proper regulator and a regulatory framework, managing companies like Ringleys, appointed by the freeholders, remain free to provide inaccurate customer service, charge extortionate fees without justification, and continue to ignore residents. They seemingly serve vested interests, not the leaseholders who pay their fees. And I'm proud to be a member of the Labour for Leaseholders group, working with honourable friends to advocate for leaseholders in our constituencies and putting pressure on managing companies to do better. But it is clear that we need a clearer, robust legislative and regulatory framework like the one suggested by Lord Best and proposed in this bill here today. Of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, the leasehold system is not new, but the challenges it presents today require the government to act. Without mandatory qualifications and regulatory oversight, leaseholders remain vulnerable to inconsistent service quality, opaque charges, and a lack of recourse when things go wrong. Managing agents are responsible for a variety of complex and very important areas, including health, fire and structural safety, building maintenance, major work projects, and handling building finances and insurance. In leasehold blocks, managing companies hold substantial sums of leaseholders' hard-earned money. The current system, or lack thereof, not only allows but empowers unqualified, incompetent managing agents. This bill is not about extending red tape for red tape's sake. It's about protecting hard-working people and their money. Let me be clear, I'm not attempting to tarnish all managing agents with the same brush. I know that some leaseholders have positive experiences, And the Property Institute, the TPI, the professional body representing 7,000 managers and over 360 managing agent firms, seeks to deliver safe, secure and well-managed homes. And members of the TPI are required to obtain accreditation and follow a customer charter that demands honesty, fairness and openness and transparency. But on my advice surgeries, where I have distressed leaseholders sat across from me, these are not words that they are using to describe their management companies. I welcome the TPI for their work in standing up for leaseholders and their supportive role they've played, both in this bill today and in the government's consultation on leaseholder reform. However, voluntary accreditation system in place of regulation exposes serious failures in the current framework. Relying on good faith actors to voluntarily seek accreditation means, by definition, that bad faith managing companies continue to operate freely in this country. We cannot accept this. For every managing company failing in their duty, there are multiple leaseholders being ripped off. The facts are clear and inaction is not an option. Earlier this year, Firstport had their TPI accreditation stripped due to breaches of membership rules, yet just 3 months later, they were readmitted. I recently visited Shirley's Court retirement complex based in Ruislip, managed by Firstport. There I heard stories from residents who, after a lifetime of hard work, moved in expecting to enjoy their retirement. Instead, they were met with extortionate service fees, with little or no explanation or itemisation, serious concerns about how their money was being managed, were falling on deaf ears, and shoddy maintenance work with feedback further ignored. And on the St Andrews development in Uxbridge, also managed by Firstport, the story is just as dire. Residents reporting flooding and damp, mould not remedied. I recently conducted a survey of these residents where 50% of respondents said they had not received a response from Firstport following attempts to communicate with them. If I went to those residents now and told them in just 3 months their managing company had lost and then regained their accreditation, I'm sure they would ask the question, what has actually changed? And rightly ask what process led to that decision. The readmission of Firstport lays bare the limitations of the current system and the urgent need for a clear regulatory framework to define and enforce standards expected on all managing agents. This bill will introduce an independent property regulator, grant licences to agents based on checks including fulfilment of legal obligations, and mandate qualifications to ensure minimum competency standards for agents and property managers. Without these provisions, it is leaseholders and the sector as a whole that bear the financial burden of a lack of regulation. Research by the TPI shows that introducing an independent regulator would be largely cost neutral, with the benefits of improved professionalism, accountability and consumer confidence offsetting any additional administrative costs. But there is also a significant cost of inaction too, a human cost. Too many people have been ripped off for far too long. In what have been difficult years for so many, financially, it is this government's drive to make people better off and listened to. And when it comes to the plight of leaseholders, this bill is a necessary step in doing just that. We've heard a lot since this government was formed about the housing crisis, and rightly so, and how it's our responsibility to fix it. And that crisis does not just begin and end with bricks and mortar, through building 1.5 million homes, though that is an absolute imperative. It also comes down to a deeper concept, security in our homes, wherever they may be, the private rented sector, social housing, and for homeowners too. This bill can help towards delivering that security for leaseholders, who for far too long have been left in a cripplingly insecure and exploitative situation. Of course, the total failings of the leaseholder system extend beyond just which this bill can fix in one piece of legislation, but it is a vital step forward to this government's mission to deliver justice for all leaseholders. They say that your home is your castle. Well, for too long, leaseholders have often felt that their home is a prison. They feel under attack by their management companies, the companies there to serve them and protect them, and to whom they pay a significant sum of management fees for the pleasure too. Now, with this bill, we can build up the defences through a proper regulatory framework, ensure companies are properly qualified, and there is accountability mechanisms that clearly exist, which are all desperately needed. Thank you.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Contrary no? The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Joe Powell, Nestle Caliscan, Chris Blaw, Chris Curtis, Dr Rupert Huck, Sarah Russell, Rachel Blake, Andrew Cooper, James Naish, Daniel Francis, Kat Eccles and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Yeah. Danny Beales. Nice and straight now.
Managing Agents Regulation Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 12th of September.
Friday the 12th of September. Well done. If the front bench are shuffling over, they should do that now very quickly. Colleagues will leave very quietly and quickly through the chamber. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Property, digital assets, etc. Bill Lords. Second reading.
Now.
Minister to move. Second reading. Minister Sarah Sackman.
I beg to move that the committee recommends that the Property Digital Assets Bill ought to be read a second time. The Property Digital Assets Bill is a pivotal step in the evolution of our legal system, one that ensures the law remains relevant and preeminent in the digital age. As we set out in our plan for change, this government is fully committed to providing investors and businesses with stability and certainty. This bill will help provide that certainty for people and businesses who own and transact with digital assets. This will help drive economic growth by encouraging innovation, attracting investment and reinforcing the UK's position as a global hub for digital finances and technology.
I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for giving way. Would she agree with me that although this bill is small, it is very much mighty, and it is important that we get this bill on the statute book because we want this country to be ahead of the game when it comes to these issues?
My honourable friend is right. We want the UK to remain the preeminent jurisdiction of choice for legal services, which it currently is, and this evolution of our law will enable it to remain a global hub for digital finance and tech. Overall, it is a bill that reflects our legal heritage, embraces technological innovation, and prepares our nation for the future. To appreciate the significance of this bill, we must begin with the foundations of property law in England and Wales. For centuries, our legal system has categorised personal property as two distinct types. First, things in possession, tangible items that can be physically held or possessed, such as a book, jewellery or gold. And second, things in action, intangible rights that can only be claimed or enforced through legal action, such as debts, shares or contractual rights. These categories have served us well for hundreds of years, providing clarity in ownership and facilitating commerce. They have helped create legal certainty in matters ranging from succession and insolvency to trust structures and collateral arrangements. However, the digital revolution introduced a new class of assets, digital assets, that do not fit neatly into either of these traditional categories. As things stand, we look to 19th century case law, which sets out that a thing can only be property if it fits into the two traditional categories of things in action and things in possession. The unique characteristics of digital assets, like crypto tokens, challenge the boundaries of these legal categories. Unlike physical objects, digital assets cannot be held in one's hand. Unlike debts or contractual rights, digital assets have an independent existence in the world which is not dependent on their recognition by a legal system. Yet certain digital assets possess the characteristics that the common law recognises as making them suitable to attract property rights. For example, certain digital assets like crypto tokens are rivalrous, meaning their use by one person prevents simultaneous use by others. By contrast to crypto tokens, some digital things, like Word documents, are not rivalrous and so are not recognised by the common law as being capable of attracting property rights. For example, if I were to send you, Madam Deputy Speaker, a Word document, I retain a copy. But if I transfer a crypto token, I no longer possess it. This is due to the underlying blockchain technology that ensures immutability, scarcity, and non-duplicability. Features that make certain digital assets capable of attracting personal property rights, even if they aren't a thing in possession or a thing in action. Recent case law has begun to recognise that certain digital assets can attract personal property rights. However, these decisions have not come forward in precedent-setting courts, and thus the legal landscape remains uncertain. This ambiguity, Madam Deputy Speaker, risks stifling innovation, as innovators are unsure what protections they have or whether they will be able to monetise their creation. It also puts off investors from investing in crypto tokens in favour of more traditional and predictable forms of investment. If we do not act, then we risk our global competitors getting ahead and putting in place the kind of certainty in their own legal systems that will divert investment away from this country. Recognising the urgency of this issue, in 2020, under the previous government, the Ministry of Justice commissioned the Law Commission to review the legal framework surrounding crypto tokens and other digital assets. The Commission's 2023 report was unequivocal. Certain digital assets should be recognised as capable of attracting property rights, and legislation was needed to reflect this. This government has responded decisively. The Property Digital Assets Bill is the result. A concise, yet powerful piece of legislation that affirms our commitment to legal clarity, economic growth, and technological leadership. The bill contains a single operative clause. It recognises that a thing, including a thing that is digital or electronic, is not prevented from attracting personal property rights merely because it is not a thing in possession nor a thing in action. The bill allows the courts to develop a further category of personal property through our common law. Importantly, the bill does not attempt to define which digital assets may qualify, nor does it prescribe the legal consequences of falling within this category. These matters are rightly left to the common law, which, with its flexibility and nuance, is best suited to assess each asset on its characteristics. This is in accordance with long-established common law tests for property. This approach, Madam Deputy Speaker, reflects the strength of our tradition. It capitalises on the adaptability and flexibility of the common law by empowering the courts to apply established legal tests to emerging technologies. This ensures that our legal system remains responsive, relevant, and resilient. We stand today at the intersection of law and innovation, where centuries of legal tradition meet the boundless potential of the digital age. The Property Digital Assets Bill is not just legal reform, it is an important step for our law and for the global digital economy. Because digital assets are here to stay. From crypto tokens to voluntary carbon credits, these assets are reshaping how we transact, invest, and interact. And yet until now, our private law has struggled to keep pace. This bill changes that. First and foremost, the bill provides legal certainty. It confirms that certain digital assets can be recognised as personal property. This is a fundamental shift. It means that individuals and businesses can now rely on clear legal rights and protections when dealing with things such as crypto tokens. This is because certain digital assets can now attract the same legal protection as other forms of property. It means that owners of things such as crypto tokens can enforce their rights if the asset is stolen. Whether it is theft, insolvency, or inheritance, the law will now stand ready to protect those property rights. By clarifying the legal status of digital assets, the bill reduces ambiguity and streamlines litigation. This is because the courts will no longer have to spend time debating whether further categories exist or trying to force digital assets into the traditional categories. This clarity will save time, reduce costs, and ensure fairer outcomes for all the parties involved. The bill, as I've said, also supports our ambition to be a centre of innovation and growth. It encourages fintech startups, scale-ups and global enterprises to choose English and Welsh or Northern Irish law for their transactions, knowing that these legal systems are equipped to handle the complexities of digital assets. The bill thus unlocks practical economic benefits. It assists in allowing digital assets to be included in estates for inheritance and claimed by creditors in insolvency. These capabilities will fuel innovation, support new financial products, and drive economic growth. Crucially, the bill does not attempt to rigidly define every type of digital asset. Instead, as I've said, it allows the common law to evolve, giving our courts the flexibility to adapt to technologies that have not yet even been imagined. This is one of the hallmarks of a progressive, forward-thinking legal system like ours. This bill attracted significant cross-party support in the other place. For example, it was described by Lord Holmes as a short bill, but one with significant impact for the UK and indeed beyond our shores. And as a bill that will send a signal to all those involved in digital assets that London and the whole of the United Kingdom is an excellent place to do business. In the same vein, Lord Sandhurst noted that the bill was small but perfectly formed, and that it will make an important contribution to the development of the law and assist judges and litigants in ensuring that necessary protection is given to activities and things in the digital sphere, which might otherwise fail to be protected. These are not just words of praise, they're affirmations. Affirmations of the bill's importance, its clarity, and its potential to shape the global legal and economic landscape. And as one noble lord remarked during the third reading, the world is watching. And rightly so. We have a proud tradition of legal excellence and a thriving fintech ecosystem, with trillions of pounds in global economic activity expected to be transacted via digital assets by the end of the decade. We must ensure that our legal infrastructure is not only fit for purpose, but fit for the future. This bill is a critical step in realising that potential. Of course, the bill underwent much scrutiny in the House of Lords, and 2 principal amendments were made. Firstly, the territorial scope of the bill was extended to include Northern Ireland, and we are glad that our laws can be aligned in this area and that the benefits of this bill will be felt more widely. A second amendment was to the bill's long title. This was to ensure consistency between the title and the bill's operative clause. I am certain that we now have the best possible version of this bill before us. The Property Digital Assets Bill is a testament to the strength and adaptability of our legal tradition. It reflects our commitment to innovation, our respect for the rule of law, and our ambition to lead on the global stage. It was described in the Lords as a bill that is future-facing, future-proofing, growth-enabling, groundbreaking, and good for innovation, investment, citizen, consumer, and country. I could not agree more. It is a bill for the future, a future in which digital assets play a central role in our economy, our society, and our lives. By passing this bill, we are not only clarifying the law, we are shaping that future. So let us seize this opportunity. Let us send a clear message to the world that we are ready, willing, and able to lead in the digital age. I beg to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the Shadow Minister, Dr. Kieran.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the official opposition to express our support for the Property Digital Assets Bill. I don't have the benefit of being a learned member like the Minister, so I've personally enjoyed getting to understand what property law looks like in the UK. And of course, this bill, as the Minister said, comes before this House from the other place where it's already received careful and considered scrutiny. I would particularly like to acknowledge the contributions made there by the Noble Lord Holmes of Richmond, whose deep expertise in digital and emerging technologies greatly enriched the debate, and by the Noble Lord Sandhurst, who rightly described this as a necessary but appropriately constrained measure. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is one that both preserves the inherent flexibility of the common law and provides just enough statutory clarity to support continued innovation and legal certainty in a fast-moving world. Recognising the need in 2020, the previous Conservative government asked the Law Commission to examine how the law of personal property should respond to digital assets. The Commission undertook extensive consultation and concluded that some assets defy current classification. In response, it recommended confirming in statute that assets need not be things in possession or things in action to attract property rights, paving the way for a third category of personal property and ensuring our common law can continue to evolve with confidence and coherence. This may be a short bill, but it carries significant weight, not just for the UK's legal framework, but for our global reputation as a leader in digital innovation. As other jurisdictions watch how we respond to technological change, this bill reaffirms the UK's commitment to legal clarity, innovation and economic competitiveness. We have a world-leading fintech ecosystem, and with trillions of pounds in digital asset transactions expected globally by the end of the decade, the UK must ensure it remains at the forefront, supporting innovation, financial inclusion and the future of capital markets. This bill also complements a wider programme of regulatory reform already underway in the UK. Since 2023, firms promoting crypto assets have been subject to the FCA rules, including mandatory risk warnings and a 24-hour cooling-off period for new consumers. Anti-money laundering rules apply, and crypto firms must register with the FCA. In 2025, the government published draft legislation to bring a wider range of crypto asset activities, such as trading platforms and custody services, under full financial regulation. The FCA and the Bank of England are also consulting on new rules for stablecoins, prudential safeguards and the safe custody of digital assets, while the bank explores the future of potential central bank digital currency, the digital pound. These efforts, taken together with this bill, represent a joined-up and forward-looking approach to digital asset regulation in the UK. For centuries, as the Minister explained, the law has recognised 2 traditional categories of personal property: things in possession, referring to tangible objects like a bar of gold, and things in action, such as debts or contractual rights enforceable only through legal process. However, the rise of the digital economy has introduced a growing range of assets that defy these historical classifications. From crypto tokens and digital files to in-game items and carbon credits, individuals and businesses now interact with a third category of asset. This bill introduces that third category of personal property by confirming what the courts have been increasingly willing to suggest, that a thing is not precluded from being treated as property merely because it does not fit the traditional mould. And it does so in a deliberately modest way, allowing the common law to evolve with technological change rather than attempting to predict or prescribe it. As Lord Sandhurst put it in the other place, we should champion the flexibility of the common law and legislate only to reinforce and clarify developments already emerging within it. This bill strikes the right balance, principled in substance but careful in its implications. It gives confidence to our courts, clarity to commercial actors and reassurance to individuals navigating digital ownership. We welcome the government's amendment in the other place to extend this legislation to Northern Ireland, and we welcome the agreement of the Northern Ireland Assembly to that extension. And I understand that the Scottish Government has consulted separately on the question of recognising crypto tokens as property under Scots law. Let me also take a moment to welcome the Government's stated intention in the impact assessment to reduce the burden on businesses by improving clarity in this space. At a time when digital assets are increasingly used as a means of payment, representation or value storage, it is vital that our legal architecture keeps pace, not to control innovation but to support it with the rule of law. Madam Deputy Speaker, we on these benches are committed to ensuring that our legal system remains fit for the 21st century, that it can accommodate new technologies while safeguarding rights and responsibilities. But while we are pleased to support this bill, let's not lose sight of the broader context. After a year of downgraded growth forecasts and in fact our economy contracting, unemployment rising, inflation rising and borrowing costs creeping up, the UK urgently needs legal reforms that drive up competitiveness and economic growth. Like the recent reforms to our international legal procedures, it's no coincidence that this bill stems from a review commissioned by the last Conservative administration, a government that really did understand the importance of forward-thinking legal reform to support technological and financial innovation to drive economic growth.
The Liberal Democrat spokesperson Will Forster.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today in support of the Property Digital Assets Bill, which stands to bring our legal framework into the 21st century and better equip it to meet the challenges and opportunities of the digital age. This bill is firmly rooted in the rigorous work of the Law Commission, which is then followed by careful scrutiny in the other place. I want to thank peers for their work on this, particularly Lord Tim Clement Jones for scrutinising it on behalf of the Liberal Democrats. This bill confronts the long-standing legal ambiguity of how our common law system treats digital assets. As the Minister explained, and as I vaguely remember from my days at law school, as it stands, the law recognises two primary forms of personal property, things in possession or things in action. But yet we live in an ever-changing digital world where everything is much more based on digital than that common law approach. But digital assets, which cannot be physically possessed and often don't constitute a claim against another person, don't fall into the two traditional categories. Without clarity around the law, Madam Deputy Speaker, we risk undermining individual rights, weakening legal solutions in cases involving crypto assets, NFTs and other digital holdings. That's why this bill matters. It ensures digital things are not denied property status simply because they don't fall into the two normal categories. That's why the Liberal Democrats welcome the government's decision to accept the Law Commission's recommendations. This bill is appropriate at this time when we're seeing a growing use of digital assets across a variety of sectors. They're being used as investments, as stores for value, as tokens of identity and ownership by more and more people than ever before. Recent figures by the Financial Conduct Authority indicate that nearly 12% of UK adults now hold crypto assets, a figure that has more than doubled since 2021 alone. And yet, victims of fraud, those seeking resolution in insolvency, or simply those wishing to assert ownership over what they rightfully hold, have been operating in a murky legal landscape. This bill leaves room for common law to develop in that sphere of property. This will help the law reflect the ever-evolving nature of technology, but it must be monitored over time to ensure that regulation ultimately aligns with the need to protect individuals' rights and supports the economy. We do know that digital assets we do know that digital assets means there could be risks, whether that's fraud or abuse or volatility. but ignoring them or failing to regulate them effectively will not make those risks disappear. A legal vacuum only increases the risk of criminality and injustice. A clear, modern legal framework, on one hand, empowers the honest majority, boosts confidence and supports innovation. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is measured, it's cautious and it's essential. It provides legal clarity, upholds property rights and ensures our laws remain relevant in the digital world. It is supported by the Law Society, by legal practitioners and by the Liberal Democrats. I hope everyone in this chamber supports it.
Does the Minister wish to respond with leave of the House? Minister.
With the leave of the House, let me just say how grateful I am to those who've contributed to today's debate in a rare expression of consensus. I welcome the comments of the member for Bexhill and Battle and also for the member for Woking. And I think the quality of the discussion both here and in the other place reflects the significance of the bill before us. The bill, as I've said, is the product of rigorous analysis and wide consultation. I'd like to pay tribute to the Law Commission for their landmark report and to the many practitioners, academics, businesses and organisations who've engaged so constructively throughout the process. At its heart, the Property Digital Assets Bill is about ensuring that our legal system keeps pace with technological change. It is a clear, confident step into the future, one that reaffirms our place as the UK as a global leader in legal innovation, financial services and digital commerce, and it is a central part of this government's plan for change and for growth. And for those reasons, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Programme motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. If ministers are wishing to leave the front bench, they should do so now, very quickly. We now come to motion number 4 on standards. Minister, Leader of the House to move.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move the motion in my name on behalf of the Committee on Standards relating to the register of member staff interests. I welcome the Committee on Standards consideration of this matter and for its report. The motion, if approved, would extend who should adhere to the register of members' staff interests and who would have to register their interests, and to include all of those who have a parliamentary network account, as opposed to the current position of just staff who hold a photo identity pass for the estate. The committee's report, which is available for the House, outlines that the intention of this expansion of the register reflects current working practices. There's been a significant increase in the number of staff who have full access to parliamentary information and materials without a need to be present on the estate. The committee's report outlines that this results in more than half the staff employed by members not being required to make a transparency return. I'm grateful to the Chair and the members of the committee for all their hard work on this matter. And I know that the Chair of the committee will want to contribute to this debate and outline some of the background to their work and how they intend to implement this measure should it be approved today. But I can assure the House that the intention is to provide time for the committee to make any necessary transitional and technical arrangement for the introduction of the change, and details will be provided to all members and staff. So on that basis, I commend this motion to the House.
Question is as on the order paper, and I call the Shadow Leader of the House, Jessie Norman.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Leader also for the words that she's given. I just, in supporting this motion, would like to add one small cautionary note, which is that it has been relayed to me, both from constituency staff and from other bodies, in particular trade unions, that there is a potential concern about the release of names into the official public register and the connection that could be made there to email addresses for staff. And I'd be very grateful if, as the committee picks this up, it might devote some consideration to this amongst the other issues it will want to reflect on further in order to make this as effective and a good a piece of legislation, or as we can make, or at least ruling, I should say, as we can make. Thank you.
Alberto Costa.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I first thank to the Leader of the House for so quickly coming forward with a proposal to enact the sole recommendation in my committee's third report of this session. The committee agreed its report on the 12th of June, and barely a month later, here we are seeking to put its recommendation into practice. The change we propose is straightforward and quite confined, but nonetheless, it is a real pleasure to see our proposal make such quick progress. As today's motion makes clear, the Register of Interests for MP staff, those whom we as MPs employ to help us in our work, has been in its present form since 1993. At that time, it was considered that members' staff had privileged access to the parliamentary estate and its facilities because they held a pass, allowing them physical access. It was those staff, and those staff only, who were therefore required to register any relevant interest. Times have changed, as times are wont to do. The arrival in the intervening 32 years of such minor innovations as the internet and mobile telephony have enabled remote access to the estate in a way not envisaged when the register was first created. There has been a substantial growth too in the practice of working from home, and it is entirely possible now, in a way it was not then, for our constituency-based staff to have access to parliamentary information and facilities without ever setting foot within the precincts of the Palace of Westminster. We are, in a sense, acting quickly to catch up slowly on the way that work and working practices have altered. At the time of our report a month ago, around 2,000 passes had been issued to our staff, but around 4,200 members of staff have parliamentary network access. The change the committee proposes simply means that all those who have such access will be required to register any interest arising from the list set out in the motion. It is a small but important reinforcement of the transparency that the House properly seeks in how the parliamentary community does its vital work. The change, as the Leader of the House suggested, will not happen instantly if the House agrees this motion today. The committee has sought to include a transitional provision in the motion to enable the Standards Committee to press go once the Register of Members' financial interests has satisfied us that the IT solutions required, of which we've seen examples, are robust and ready to go. I would also like to thank the Shadow Leader for the comments that he's raised and the concerns which he noted in respect of this motion. The committee is aware of concerns raised via the Union Unite by some staff that a new requirement to register interests will place their names on a public register. And I, in the Standards Committee, have offered, Madam Deputy Speaker, to meet with staff representatives during the transition period to hear those concerns and, if necessary, to consider whether ameliorations may be required. And I would report back to the Leader of the House if the committee so views that those might be required. Therefore, I am grateful to Unite for having raised those concerns with the committee. And I'm also grateful to Unite for having said that they approve of the principles behind these changes. So with that caveat in mind, it is the committee's hope that the new arrangements will be in place in the autumn, and that the committee, in conjunction with the registrar, will seek to publicise the change to ensure that all members of the House are able to encourage their staff to register as required. Once more, with thanks to the Leader of the House for so promptly responding, and to the Shadow Leader for noting concerns raised by some, I trust that the House will feel able to approve these new arrangements. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Leader of the House.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank once again the Chair of the Committee for explaining to the House the background and for bringing forward this report. As I have committed to him privately and publicly, I'm very keen that reports that are put to this House by the Standards Committee, I bring forward to the floor of the House their recommendations as soon as possible. So I hope that I can show willing with having done this in that way so quickly. And can I thank him for his reassurance to the Shadow Leader and to the trade unions, particularly Unite, who I know fully support the principles and the intention behind this measure. But as the Shadow Leader said, I think there are some concerns about creating an entire register, especially for those with nil returns, that perhaps could be farmed by those trying to lobby people and trying to get access to people, putting all their names and therefore, in essence, their email addresses out there for public view. So I look forward to him consulting and working with the unions over coming weeks about how that can actually be delivered, and if any changes are necessary, my door is always open as ever. So can I just finally thank him again, thank the whole committee, and of course thank the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards as well for all his work with the committee on this and many other issues.
The question is as on the order paper. As many that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll let the front benches have a moment just to shuffle over. We now come to the debate. We now come to the general debate on the matter of giving every child the best start in life, and I call the Minister to move. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government has a mission to break down the barriers to opportunity for children and young people so that background does not determine a child's future and their successes. After 14 dark years under the party opposite, we are restoring to our communities the hope which in too many places, for too many families, simply faded away. Because what this government inherited was truly a shameful legacy. They had 14 years in government and their record speaks for itself. 1,300 children's centres closed or hollowed out. Early years childcare costs spiralling way above the rate of inflation. Providers closing year on year. Now, I know that members opposite, in fact there are very few of them there, will bleat that in their manifesto they promise better. But the people of Britain judge politicians by what they deliver, not what they promise. Madam Deputy Speaker, at the heart of Labour's ambition for a better Britain is bringing change the first few years of early years, so that opportunity is not the privilege of a few, but instead common to all of us. Children's early years are crucial to their development, health and life chances. It is where we can make the biggest difference because, on average, 40% of the overall gap between disadvantaged 16-year-olds and their peers has already emerged by the age of 5. It is in those early years that so much of the inequality which today disfigures our society is entrenched. And if we want to build a fairer and a more equal society, as members on this side of the House want to see, that is where we lay the foundations. If we want to see change for good, then the transformation we seek to bring must be part of a wider approach that covers every aspect of education and health, every facet of opportunity. That is why this government has published our vision for the future of early years. This landmark strategy will bring together early years and family services and put children's first years at the heart of work to improve life chances. It's backed by close to £1.5 billion over the next 3 years to raise quality, close gaps and break down the barriers to opportunity for every child. Giving every child the best start in life sets out the first step to delivering on our plan for change, commitment for a record number of children to be ready to start school by 2028. We will make early education and childcare more accessible and affordable, improve quality in the early years and reception, and expand and strengthen family services. And this builds on the progress we are already taking, making sure that we fund new and expanded school-based nurseries across the country, funding new breakfast clubs in 750 early adopter schools, offering places to nearly 180,000 children, including 79,000 pupils from schools in the most deprived parts of the country. And from September, rolling out 30 hours of funded childcare for working parents, saving eligible parents with using their full entitlement an average of £7,500 a year. It should be the case that every parent that wants it can get the high-quality early education and childcare that they need. Yet 4 in 10 parents with children under 5 say there aren't enough places locally. Disadvantaged children, those with SEND, have the most to gain from the high-quality early education, and yet more affluent areas often have more places. So we will improve the system, setting out a long-term vision for improving access to early years education and childcare to ensure all families can benefit. We'll create tens of thousands of more places in new and expanded school-based nurseries, backed by over £400 million of investment. We'll roll out the expansion of funded childcare hours to available for working parents, saving eligible families an average of £7,500 a year. And we work closely with local authorities to increase the take-up of the 15-hour entitlements so that children from low-income families, those with SEND and those in care receive the support that they need. As a result of the decisions made by my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, she has taken, this government will soon be funding around 80% of the early education and childcare hours in England. Whenever the government buys a service, it has an obligation to use that purchasing power in the public interest, to shape the market, to improve standards, to support and develop the workforce. And that is what Labour believes, and that is what we will do. And we think that we could do more to guarantee the benefits of that investment and ensure that they are realised where they are needed. We will look across the early education and childcare support provided by departments to find ways to make it simpler and improve access and increase the overall impact of government spending on children and families. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have the privilege of getting to see firsthand the impact that our passionate early years staff have in so many settings across the country on the visits that I do on a regular basis. They've worked brilliantly to deliver for families at every stage of expansion of government-funded childcare and continue to do so ahead of September. Because families know the difference that access to a place that meets their needs can make. That is why we're investing over £9 billion in early education and childcare, and why a diverse and thriving early years sector with a brilliant and valued workforce is absolutely key. We work with the early years sector to support brilliant settings to grow and spread their expertise, including working alongside philanthropy and social investors to encourage new not-for-profit providers to open. We want early years to be a career people are proud to start and rewarding to pursue. And that means more opportunities to gain and enter the workforce and build fulfilling careers. Childminders play an integral role in our early years landscape and are treasured by so many families. And that is why we will keep working with the Job Centre Plus to encourage people to become childminders. But we'll also make sure that childminders and other providers can be paid monthly for funded hours, listening to the sector and making their income more stable. Alongside a strong market, we want to drive high standards through a strengthened improvement and accountability system that supports and drives high-quality provision for settings and families. This includes funding for Ofsted to inspect settings more often and inspect new settings within 18 months of opening. Madam Deputy Speaker, the early years workforce is at the heart of this government's mission to give every child the best start in life. And we're making sure that high-quality start also transitions into starting school, making reception year a national priority for the Regional Improvement for Standards and Excellence RISE teams. We want high-quality evidence to underpin the training and support and development for people working from the baby room through to the reception year. And this will mean that passionate people can grow their skills and careers and help every child thrive. Together with educators and leaders, we want to drive high and rising standards, working with providers and schools to equip them with the tools, training and support that they need to meet every child's needs. Alongside raising the standards of early years educators with a professional register, we'll increase the number of qualified early years teachers, aiming to more than double the number of funded early years initial teacher training places by 2028.
We'll also offer financial incentives to attract and keep early years teachers in nurseries serving the most disadvantaged communities so that every child, no matter where they live, can benefit from high-quality early education. Madam Deputy Speaker, the SEND system we inherited from the party opposite has totally lost the confidence of families. This Labour government is absolutely committed to restoring that confidence. The last Conservative Education Secretary labelled the system she left behind as lose, 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 while current Tory shadow ministers say that they did not do enough on SEND and should hang their heads in shame. We agree. The difference is we're doing something about it. We will make inclusive practice standard practice in the early years by embedding an inclusive approach in our workforce education, training and leadership opportunities, and funding evidence-based programmes that are proven to improve children's development. And we will drive improvements in the quality of teaching in reception, ensuring schools have access to the right tools and tailored improvement, including helping each parent to play their part and be confident in their child's progress. This renewed vision for the early years goes hand in hand with a national approach to family services, one that brings together health, education and social care around the needs of families, children and babies. That is why I'm proud that this government has established the Best Start family hubs that will be funded across all local authorities, building on the Best Start and family hubs and Start for Life approaches. I will give way.
Thank the Minister for giving way, Madam Deputy Speaker. He mentioned family hubs, which I welcome, but he stated they would be delivered by local authority area. In my area of Surrey, we're going through local government reorganisation. How will that rollout be impacted by reorganisation? Are you expecting to roll out a plan over the next couple of years and then reorganise it after a new council has been created?
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention. We're obviously working through the detail of our commitments right as we speak, but certainly we'll take his point back to the department. I know they're working very closely with colleagues in MHCLG as well. I think what's really powerful is the fact that we will be rolling out these family hubs to every local authority in the country to make sure they make a real difference to every child's life. Madam Deputy Speaker, we're investing over £500 million to expand Best Start family hubs to every local authority in England, ensuring that wherever they live, families can access joined up, high quality support from pregnancy through to early years. As part of this investment, we are providing dedicated funding to deliver evidence-based support for the home learning environment with a particular focus on disadvantaged families and the quality of parent-child relationships. We want to support parents to create rich and nurturing home environments, encouraging them to chat, play and read more with their children, because we know those everyday interactions are the building blocks of early development. To help our ambition for 75% of children to achieve a good level of development by age 5, we will fund more evidence-based parenting and home learning programmes so that more families can access these services before their children start school. This will be supported by a new national Best Start digital service linked to My Children on the NHS app, bringing together the trusted advice and guidance all parents need in one place and linking families to their local services. So, in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Labour government is committed to breaking down the barriers to opportunity and the early years, and where we do that most powerfully. This is why our ambition is clear, to make early years education the best it can be for children and in all settings. This is the start of a decade of national renewal for families and the support that they receive. We will go further and faster to ensure that every child has the best start in life and the chance to achieve and to thrive.
The question is that this House has considered the matter of giving every child the best start in life, and I call the Shadow Minister, Neil O'Brien.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Everybody wants to give children the best start in life. That's why in the last Parliament we increased spending per pupil in schools by 11% in real terms. That's why we doubled spending on the free entitlements in real terms for the early years. But more importantly, it's why we push through difficult reforms which are often opposed by the party opposite in schools. It's why we brought in the knowledge-rich curriculum. It's why we brought in stronger accountability, why we pushed through the Academy's revolution and more parental choice. And the Minister opposite said that our record speaks for itself, and it does, and Labour's record speaks for itself as well. So from 2009 to to 2022, England went from 21st to 7th in the PISA League table on maths, while Wales, spending the same amount, went from 29th to 27th. Labour MPs clearly don't like hearing this, but I'm going to carry on, I'm afraid. On science, England went from 11th to 9th, while Wales, same amount of money but run by Labour with no reforms, slumped from 21st to 29th. And I'm happy to take an intervention.
I thank the Minister, the Shadow Minister, for taking my intervention. He's always very generous with his time to me. I'm going to give him a friendly intervention. I was going to criticise the Conservatives for a lack of attendance in this debate, but he mentioned no reforms, and I noticed that there's no Reform MPs at all for this really important debate. When I spoke in the general election about education, and it turned to the Reform candidate in Harlow to give us his views on what their vision of education was, he didn't have an answer. Would he agree that we don't want the Reform Party anywhere near education?
The honourable gentleman is completely right, and it's not the first time. It generally is the case that there's no one there. I'm afraid on this issue, Reform MPs are chronically absent, as we say, in education. But just to continue with my theme, so the IFS have pointed out that this huge difference in performance, the divergence in performance between England and Wales, can't be explained by poverty rates, it can't be explained by ethnicity. It's to do with the reforms that were not undertaken because of trade union pressure in Wales. I have to give way.
Thank the Shadow Minister for giving way, and I agree that measuring the progress of our children in key subjects to give them the best opportunities in life is absolutely crucial. But would he not accept that at the same time as climbing up international league tables, that came at the same time, caused, I believe, and many believe, by a restriction in the breadth of the curriculum, and that has come at the real detriment to many opportunities of children over recent years?
I don't think that is true. I think if you look at the evidence pack produced by the government's curriculum review, it's clear that some of those kind of arguments are overstated. And it is true that we reversed the decline in the numbers taking double and triple science, and they had been falling for years and they went back up again.
paid Thursday, but I get paid for Friday. And then like, I want to work the weekend, I can. So there's got it. So there's got another job's going to happen. Fucking great. I did 3 weeks of that, and then I have a week off because I went to Saudi for 4 days. And then I did 75 for 3 days, and I did a day and a half. And then I've got this weekend, and next week I think it's fine. Safety. I'm there for like 3 days, and I get paid for it. So very much doing other jobs. I do a little bit of Sunday crunch for a minute and stuff. don't know if it's press recording.
Where are your photos of thank you? Where are your photos of thank you? Oh, yesterday? Yeah, I went on Stadium. Oh, yeah, thank
Chopped in there as a little yeah. Where we are, IT level 4 I think he's one of those guys who's a bit involved. I'm just going to come in and have a drink, and then they were like, do you want to go in the media? I was like, yeah. Yeah, because normally they're quite strict on what they let you in. Oh, right.
I thought it was 3 o'clock anyway, so I'll go to well, if I keep going away from the internet, it says connection success. A couple of hours.
It's off the board.
No one I've known. This is going to be hard.
Need a breeze in there, that's all we need. Too hot. and it's got all like the big dogs and the big channels there. And I turned up at like an hour early, and everyone's doing their best. He literally hasn't even said hello. I went, hello mate, how are you? He's not was doing Harlem Stock, right, in down the road. And I was the only person who didn't let backstage for Harlem to do a little scrum like that. So I've never really, I don't know why, maybe it's so good feel, but normally these people like to sponsor to do it. Yeah. You can't like play the game, is it?
I'm in a semi-different position. The people that I know is that a lot of artists get in, but they don't have the content. I was at maybe not care about fight. What they wanted was American relief message. So I'm there thinking, how the hell am I to bring this pure British traditional card? These questions. Right. So I had that out of there, talk about American here with the language and then talking with Canelo. Finding good ways to get
don't really know, to be honest. I don't know if I come across the goals, you know what I mean? Like, I don't have a camera, like, but hopefully, I mean, I'm doing this about 2 years, so hopefully at some point I'll get crap. There's a lot of people doing the same thing.
Oh, yeah. What me, I'll be honest with you. I'm very lucky. There's one person I know that knows it. So that's the reason I keep my way.
If you know anyone, let me know. We have
There's a train quite taking order to just happens running late. So do you know the on platform?
Yeah, I do. So on TikTok I talk about the fights. Yeah. And my TikTok's quite, it's alright. I've got like 3.4k on there. My YouTube's really good. YouTube's not bad, but it's a bit harder to do alright. Yeah, hopefully at some point. Yeah, like hopefully I've just left college this week, so hopefully I can get some kind of.
You hop in the ring. That's for that companies that want freelance. Drop them. This is what I do. From there, is it the accent? It's not allow you to collab like an Instagram. When you
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2 3.
Right. Looking slim. Yeah. Maybe not, maybe not. Adam doing any media after that? Huh? Adam doing any media?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, you did. I thought the hand of the book on the side.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the media workout for undisputed Usyk versus Dubois 2. A great night of World Championship boxing to be held this Saturday, July 19th from Wembley Stadium in London, England. It is all being brought to you by Frank Warren for Queensberry with Ready to Fight, along with their great sponsors, Riyadh Season, The Ring Magazine, GG Bet, Snoo, and Global Next Trade. A big thanks to those great sponsors. Well, ladies and gentlemen, a reminder that this great event will be shown live worldwide on DAZN by now at DAZN.com. Let's now get the media workout started. Our first two fighters competing Saturday in a scheduled 6-round super lightweight contest. We will first welcome to the ring from Liverpool, England. His professional record, 7 wins, just 1 defeat, with 1 win coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is James Two Dogs Francis.
Pajama time. Come here, little kitty, on my lap. Guess who's back with a brand new rap? And I don't mean rap that is on a new case. Subtile investigation accusation. No worries, Papa's got a brand new bag of toys. What else could I possibly do to make noise? I done touched on everything but little boys. That's not a stab at Michael, that's just a metaphor. I'm just psycho. I go a little bit crazy sometimes. I get a little bit out of control with my rhymes. Do a little slide, bend down, cut the controls, and just slide to the center of the dance floor. Like TV for my bone hole, and it's cool if you let one go. Nobody's gonna know who here is. Give a little book, it's okay. Oops, my CD just skipped, and everyone just heard you let one rip. Now yeah, boy, shake that ass. Oops, I mean girl, 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 girl. Girl, you know you're my world. Alright, now lose it. Just lose it. Go crazy. Oh baby, baby. It's my day, just you call it. On a little Sunday, maybe till Monday. I don't know what day. There's 3 days in the holiday. Usually the freeway, feeling kinda freezing. Yeah, the top down and my hair's low. I don't know where I'm going. All I know is when I get there, someone is gonna tax my side. I don't mean to sound like a jerk, but I'm feeling just a little stressed out for it. Could you punch me in the stomach and pull my hair? Spit on me, maybe got my eyes out. Yeah, what's your name, girl? What's your sign? Man, you must be about your mind. Drake, here goggles flying. How'd you train to rewind? Now I'm gonna make you dance. Get your chance. Yeah, boy, shake that ass. Oops, I mean girl, 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 girl. Girl, you know you're my world. Alright, now lose it. Just lose it. Go crazy. Oh baby,
Thank you very much to James Two Dogs Francis. And now let's welcome to the ring, coming to us from Gabrelli in the country of Georgia. He had a stellar amateur career, becoming a 2024 Olympic bronze medalist, and now as a professional is undefeated with 1 victory. Let's welcome Lasha Guruli.